Testing, testing. I reckon that sounds like it's working. Testing. Yep. Testing. That sounds about right. Rightio. Tuesday night and it's hot. Play ball. Yep. So John Swindle's hitting. Oh, I reckon just in. That's a tight call. What do you reckon? No? They thought about it. I'm going to have to check that one. It was pretty tight, actually. Anyway, there's a couple of runs, and that probably would have been out had that have hit. Toss was won by the Hooters here, and they're bowling first, playing the Reapit Babies. And that one squares him up a bit, and I'll get through for one. Yep, 6:01, so yeah, we've started on time. Around the wicket, 4 games tonight on the WACA on a Tuesday, first time here for a little while. And looking forward to all the games. 2 runs there, the last ball coming up. Around the wicket for the last one. And leg side. And that'll be the end of the over. Have a look at that first ball, actually, because I'm going to have a look. I'm a little bit worried, to be honest. I'll let you know. We don't. I'll have a look. Yeah, you reckon it was, do you? Yeah. Okay. There you go. We'll come back to it. Play ball. Yep. So. There's a couple of fielders there for the Hooters that thought that first one might have been out. That's off the leg, so it's 1. And yet no one reviewed it. And I wasn't overly confident either. So when I get a chance to bring that up, I'll let you know whether I was right or wrong. That's a nice drive. That would have been out. They get 5 because he missed the stumps. Yeah, nicely played by John Layden, and he picks up 2. Comes into bowl, and Johnny Swindles hits that away on the offside for a single. And it's last ball of the second over. Bowling around the wicket here to John Layden, and he plays it nicely on the offside. Mike does the fielding, and they get 2 runs. End of the over. Let's have a look at this other one. Yeah, out by a little bit. So yeah, just out. It was out by a frame, just out. Yeah, that first one. So we get the first one wrong and no one reviewed me. Yeah, it was close, but it was out. Yeah, so enough to swear by. Play ball. Yeah, so that didn't shock about 4 of us, I don't reckon. I reckon it's just out, John. And John? I don't think you realise. I thought it was just out. So do you want a review or not? Yep. Okay. This is close as well, and I don't think Johnny realised that I was paying this. So we'll see. It's a direct hit with the tap. So that's one of the reasons I thought this was just out. And the ball's, I reckon, going to hit the stumps first. Oh, has it hit there or not? I can't tell if it's hit there or not. Did it hit before that or not? I can't. Hang on, I'm going to just check from another angle because I can't tell when it's hit the stumps. So not sure yet. There's the stumps there. Still hasn't hit. Has it hit? Oh, gee. Has that hit the stumps there or not? I can't tell. No. And where's the bat? Oh, geez. This is going to be a tough one to uphold, I reckon. Let's have another go. I think it's going to be hard to pay. Okay, the bails haven't moved yet. Yeah, I might have to. Still hasn't hit. No, it's hit there, and it looks like he's in by a fair bit. I got to say, I can't give that out based on that. So I'm going to go with 1 run not out. Yeah, so I can't see how I can possibly, in all good faith, pay that one. So I won't. Right, play ball. It's not the easiest one to check as I zoomed in on the camera, but the first frame that I could see where the bail was clearly moved, he's in by a lot, and so I think that even if it was the frame before that contact was made, he'd still be in. Anyway, 2 runs there. Anyway, we're off to an auspicious beginning on a Tuesday night. We've probably made a couple of blues early on. Last ball, certainly one. The first one was definitely just out. We didn't pay it. No one reviewed it. And that one there, I'm leaning towards it being probably in, and we paid it as out initially. Anyway, that's the end of the over. Yeah. So we'll have another look at that from the original keeper's end, but. Right, play ball. No. So we'll get another close one, but this time I'm going in, and I reckon I'm right. 2 runs to Johnny Layden. Around the wicket. Over the wicket. Leg side. Yeah. That'll be 7. Just on reflection, I'm just looking at that previous one that we've changed, and might be a little bit unlucky around the wicket. It looks like it may have been between frames, so anyway, I'll get back to you. 2 runs there, end of the over. Let's have a look there. Play ball. Left arm, yeah. Beats the bat, good ball actually. Sorry, Kyle, was it Luke? Who? Jules, that's right, yeah. Right, oh, there's an edge there, a tough one for the keeper. He's going to be run out there. We don't need any cameras for that one. the foot, and they'll get a run. Leg side, last ball. This is Jules, not Julian Gangemi. This is the very good Jules. And that comes off the leg, and they get one. That'll be the end of the over. Right, play ball. So this is Spud. And yeah, good enough. It's on the pitch and it's straight enough. So just inside the line, but not by much. Yep, Spud. Got 46 runs here, by the way. And yeah, again, that's pretty much the same ball, and it's just inside the line. Yeah, so it's inside that line as it's passing the crease. And third ball. So a couple of tight balls there, and Spud, yep, keeping the ball wide of off stump by a fair bit, but not quite wide enough to penalise him. 2 runs there. Anyway. Spud bowling to John Swindles. He's got that very warm and thick hat on. That must make it life pretty hot for him. Last ball, Super Ball. And he bowls, and it beats the bat. This one's a bit better than the first 2, so no wide, and that's the end of the over. So they end up with 49 runs off the first partnership, which is a good start for the Reaper Babies. And just to clarify the couple of close run-outs that we've had in this game so far, just so we know where we sit, the very first ball was a run-out at the keeper's end, and I gave it not out. It was only just out. It was a frame, and it was not reviewed. So even though it was the wrong call, I never got to change it because they didn't review. There was one later that I paid as just out, and after close looking at that, I'd say it was between frames. The ball looked like it was just about to hit the stump, but hadn't quite touched it, it didn't seem, and the batsman still had a little way to go. Then the stumps are quite, hit fairly firmly after that, and the batter's just in. Play ball. We had to change that one because we changed that one from out to in, but probably just a little bit unlucky for myself and the bowling team on that occasion. Anyway, that's basically what's happened so far in this game with those. Right, anyway, let's move on from that and try to be a little bit more spot on. That beats the bat, and it's third ball. Third ball coming up. Yeah, no Daniel here around the wicket, third ball. So Daniel's probably watching this game, and g'day Daniel if you are. And there's an edge there, and he's taken the catch. So it's a good effort there by Kyle. Last ball. Anyway, yeah, both teams have basically got one go their way each in close circumstances. Side net, back net, I think that is. So that'll be 4, and that's the end of the over. Yes, 35 degrees here at the moment, and I think last night when we started it was 32. Felt pretty hot then. Play ball. Feels just a bit hotter now. 6:13 p.m. Fridge lights on. No one seems to care. And 2 runs there to Damien. This is Kyle Nawatney bowling around the wicket here to Pete Dennison. And I reckon it's on the line, so we pay the leg side. And a tight call. But we had 2 or 3 pretty close ones in the last over outside off stump. Or it might have been when Spud was bowling, and we didn't call those, but that one I thought was on the line, so I did call it. 1 run there for Pete. Keanu told me that the YouTube was on, up and running, so I'm assuming I'm talking to people that are tuning in at home. Last ball. We'll take that on good faith. Kyle Bolt, it's short. He actually hit it very nicely, but he'd probably be run out, and he will be. So end of the over. So he actually middled that shot, and Pete knows it. He's probably thinking if he's playing an outdoor game there that he's got 4 runs written all over it. And the end result here was that he got run out by a very big margin. So yeah, it's just no justice sometimes when you hit the ball that well. Hit it too well. Play ball. Right, so Pete Dennison on strike. Laurie's bowling around the wicket right arm. This is inside the line well and truly, and there's no run. And that's a good ball as well, so that came in behind him around his legs. And again, I was right in line with that, so you can pencil that in as a certain good ball. Not iffy. I'll let you know when it's iffy. That wasn't it. 3rd ball. Beats the bat, and it's not out yet. It's still not out because Damien kept running, and that is out there, I reckon. So he's got him at the end there. But you want to have a look at that or not? No, we're not going to. No, I'm very confident that Pete was out at the other end. But gee whiz. They ended up making fairly hard work of that, the Hooters. Yep, Kyle was hard. That's a good shot for 5. Last ball, Kyle kept on hitting the stumps down here, but the batsman was still in. And Damien, the non-striker, kept on moving in a forward motion to make his ground down here. So it wasn't out hesitation, or he didn't go back, he didn't stop. And so to get the wicket, they had to run out Pete at the other end. And it's the end of the over. And I reckon they only just did it with moments to spare. And I will have a quick look at that actually, but I'm very confident it was out. And I'll just let you know for sure and certain when I get the opportunity. Anyway, play ball. We won't hold up the game. Mike bowls, and a swing and a miss there by Pete. Let's see, let that go. And so to now be 3rd ball again. 3rd ball. Our mate Mike bowling at the moment. Great to see him down here playing for the Hooters. And Pete hit it pretty well. He needs to get going. That would have been gone if they hit the stumps. They miss and they get 2. Yeah. So Pete was out. I've confirmed it. The one on the 3rd ball. So he was short when they hit the stumps. On the line wide. Last ball. So last ball around the wicket he comes to bowl here. This is Mike bowling to Damien Vandermeer. And he beats the bat, I think, there. And I don't think there was an edge, but it doesn't matter. It's fallen safely. And that's the end of the over. So 1 run. Yeah, Pete's was just out. I checked it. Yeah, it was close, but it was out. Yeah. All right. So anyway, they always like to know play ball, and I like to know as well. And so gee, he's hit the bail there. It hasn't come off, and I'm not sure that Pete was actually going to be in there. Anyway, direct hit certainly wouldn't have been. That's hit his leg, and it's probably plumb, even though it's hit him reasonably high on the leg. It was. I got a feeling that might have been hitting the stumps, but he played a shot and it hit the side net, and no bat involved, so just 1 run. Bowls to Damien, and that's a really good ball. That's the one that goes away from the right-hander. The first 2 balls have come in, and that was a bit unexpected probably from the batsman's point of view, and possibly even myself. That was a really good delivery there by Jules. Yeah, that one was more or less the straight one, and that'll be run out, and you can bet your bottom dollar on that one. Yep, so that one you can take to the bank. Last ball. As he comes in to bowl here, last ball. Leg side, clear cut one, and that's the end of the over. So, yeah, what a night we're having so far. And we've had 3 pretty close calls, and we've got 1 right, 1 wrong, and 1 probably between frames. So we're getting a bit of everything. Play ball. And it's pretty hot, and this pair's not going too far in a hurry either. That's a good ball. That's well and truly inside the line. And that was a lot further in than the couple of balls that John Layden faced in the first partnership on the same bowler. So, yeah, that one gets an edge, and Cole gets 2 bites of the cherry. Doesn't hang on to either of them. They think about a run but don't go, and probably the right move. Third ball. And this is Spud bowling to Damien Vandermeer. And yeah, he plays it nicely, and the fielder is there, doesn't take it cleanly, they get 2. 60 runs on the board. Rebus is still in a reasonable shape. First pair, you know, did a good job with 49. And just a couple of balls to negate here for the Rebus. It's in the air though, it's going to be caught. They do cross, so I'm happy to let Damien face the last delivery. And so it's last ball, super ball, and they won't want to lose another wicket here, the Reapert babies. As Spud comes in to bowl to Damien, and it's also in. And that is the end of the over. So that's about 4 deliveries, I reckon, that Spud has bowled. No, it wasn't a wide. No. And that last one was as close as any of them. And I haven't looked at any of the others, so I will look at that one. Because the non-striker was pretty keen for that to be called. And we'll have a look. I'm bringing it up now. I've got time. They're not quite ready to go here. So let's have a look at this. And on the pitch. And yeah, a good ball. So I can see that it's just good. And I reckon that was the closest of the 4. And I called all the other ones good as well. So I reckon I was okay with those calls. Yeah, good. That last one was a good ball. Yeah, I just checked it. Yeah. I don't think they believe me. Yeah. Anyway, that's all good. Kai's with me, and that's all that matters. Right, play ball. And, geez, hit the first ball for 7, and it's a good shot. And we haven't been spot on the wides, you know, at all, you know, in recent times really, although it's picked up a bit in my favour, I reckon, just recently, but I had a little bit of a lean spot. And I've checked a few and thought, oh, gee whiz, was what were you looking at? But that one was the right call. And 2 runs. No point in hiding behind any decisions when you've got the reviews up here, though, I've got to tell you. Right or wrong, I declare what it is. Especially if I feel like there's some sort of dispute as far as any of the players are concerned over something that's tight. You know, you're not going to want to review that, Mike. Last ball, Mike's calling you for a review there, and Laurie says, nah. Right, last ball of the over, Kai. He hit it well, but in the air, and they hit the top net, and I reckon this is just out, and I reckon he'll review. So I'm going with out. What do you want to do? You happy with that? Gee, okay. End of the over. And that was a tight call as well. And they haven't reviewed, but I'm sure it's just gone. And I will, like everything else, I'll check it. No, I was just checking it for interest. Just out it is. Yeah, it was out. Play ball. Yeah, so they did well there not to review that. That's the leg side. Probably 2 frames that last one, by the way, just for those people that want to keep a record of what's going on. A leg side there, Kyle Bowles. No ball, full toss. He was in his crease. He's taken the catch, but that won't help. And it's no ball +3. So he was in his crease when he hit it, and it was above waist full toss. So that's why I called no ball. And that's been hit for just the sink. No, it hasn't hit the stumps from the throw or the tap. 1. Right, Kyle's bowling to Kai here. It's short ball, it was there to hit. He didn't actually hit it all that well. Hit the top net, and Kyle had a chance to run him out down at the bowler's end and missed, and they got 1. Last ball. As this is Kyle bowling here to Paul, and he hit it really well, wide of the fieldsman. It goes for 5. End of the over. That's a good couple of, well, a much better over there for the Reapers, we'll say. First over only went for 4 because of that first run out, the run out off the last ball of the first over of despair. But that over went for 14. Play ball. So they got it up to 73, and they've still got 4 overs to go. Laurie bowls, and Paul hits it well, and there's a fielder there. He does a really good job to stop the ball initially, but then hit the stumps as well from side on and get the run out. And it was comfortably out, so there'll be no checking that one. But that was a really, really good piece of fielding there by Jules. Jules Unknown, plays for the Hooters. Yep, that's a full toss. He smacked it, but he could be caught. He misses the catch. Same fielder there. That we get 4. And Paul Nolan had he was holding the crease at the bowler's end, so it almost ricocheted from the drop catch onto the stumps, but even if that had happened, Paul was in his crease, so it wouldn't have been run out either. That hit Paul's leg, and they get nothing. Right, Laurie. And hits that in the air, and they'll get 2. Last ball. Laurie coming in here to bowl to Kai, and it's a leg side, and that's the end of the over. That one well wide. I sort of feel like when I'm commentating at the moment, I'm more or less, if you can't see, if you're a blind man and you're just listening to the coverage, which is pretty much what my dad would be doing if he was still alive. Didn't have hardly any sight towards the end, but he could still, the radio was a good friend of his, play ball, and TV that he could listen to. I'm sort of trying to describe it a bit. That'll be out. That's slack running by Paul. So we're trying to help out everyone here so that they, get a full understanding of what's happening each ball. So I'm trying to give you. You want to have a look? Yep. They're going to have a look at this, and I can tell you now. So this will be out. So Paul Nolan's hit a 7. And they've run him out, in my view. I reckon this is actually, I'm very confident. And Kai's decided that we'll have a look at this. So we're going to look now. So it's actually hit there, and they're smashed there. And look, he's out. Yeah, he's out by heaps. So it's 4 frames, and we're not wrong there. We wouldn't want to be. Play ball. Yeah, so just trying to give you a good description of what's actually happening in the play. No ball, so he was in his crease again. It was too high, and I made sure of that before I made the call. And he smacked it for 7, so that'll be 9. And that's a great comeback there for the Reaper babies. They move up to 80, and in the air, and a bit of a leading edge, more or less, there that Paul got away with. Landed safely, and they get 2. And over the wicket. And that's just hit pretty hard and through Laurie, and they get 3. Last ball. Yeah, I won't be describing every ball as if we're only going to be bringing the coverage to the seeing impaired, but it's sort of be good to give people a fair description. Some people listen on their phone. That was a full toss what was hit side net, back net for 4 end of the over. Yeah, so some people I know drive on the way down here or so forth, and they've got they can hear it on the phone while they're driving. They mightn't be able to see exactly everything because they're watching the road, and that'll be another example where if we give you a good description of what's actually happening ball by ball, you know what's going on, whether you're watching it closely or not. Play ball. Yeah. And, that'll be 2, and hopefully it'll be another example of that probably. He sometimes does work in the office or at home or what have you, and in the background or next to him he's probably got the, he can hear what's going on with what I'm saying, but not necessarily watching every ball. So, you know, we're trying to cater for everybody here with the vision and the commentary on YouTube at SEMA Sports in WA Balcatta. 3 runs there for Paul Nolan. Yeah, Jules, he's been a good find, this bloke. The Hooters have found him, and he's, I think, played at a couple of other centres, but he's fitting in nicely in this lineup. 2 runs there last ball. Excellent piece of fielding by him earlier, and I think this is the second time he's played that I've umpired him, and he had a very good first game 2 or 3 weeks ago. 2 runs there, and that'll be the end of the over. He may have played last week. I didn't have the Hooters game last week. They were on the MCG, so I'm not sure whether he was here or not. But anyway, he's a very handy pickup for the Hooters. Spud, he'll be bowling next, and that will be exciting stuff, no doubt. This pair's also done a very good job, 46 after 5 overs. Play ball. So this game is very evenly poised, and we'll see what we get in this over. Spud, Paul plays it nicely. They get through for 2. And I think they've only lost, they've lost a couple of wickets. A couple of run-outs in this partnership, but there's also been a few big shots played, particularly by Kai. As Spud bowls to Kai, short ball, it's inside the line again. I reckon that's not out, and I reckon they've probably got a review each left up their sleeve if they want them, but they don't choose to go with that. And I was very confident that he's back in on that occasion, so I won't be looking at it. He hits that to the top net. Jules is there, and he's got it covered. So he knows what he's doing down the back there, and he makes sure of the certain run out. There's Paul Nolan on strike here facing Spud. And 34 degrees, what a relief. It just went down a degree. And all of a sudden we need a jumper on. Not. Anyway, that's 1. And last ball, Super Ball. And he smacks it, goes all the way. They'll get 14 off the Super Ball. And that's the end of the over, so that's exciting stuff for the Reapers. Thanks, Mike. If I could grab the ball, mate, I'd really appreciate it. Kai's ended up getting 42 runs off his own stick, so that's good to see Kai in a bit of good form there. And 16 from Paul was also well supported. 58 the partnership, 113's a decent score. Thank you, Michael. Yep, and there you go, mate, that's for them. Oh, he's got it, yes. Well done, son, well done. What's happening on the netball games? We might as well take this moment to give you some scores. MCG, and not a bad game going on there. There's a team called Greenwood, something or other, but Greenwood. 25 goals leading the Spice Girls 18. So 7 goal difference there with about 6 3/4 minutes left in the game. So I reckon they'd be finding that quite hot, having to play, you know, as I say, it's 34 degrees here at the moment. Bay 13, there's a cracking game of netball there. Hot Shots 26, Giants 28. Just under 6 minutes to go in that game. So 2 goals the difference there. And so 2 pretty good games of netball being played on the other 2 courts, MCG and Bay 13. And probably a pretty good game of cricket brewing here as well. There's 113 is a pretty, you know, reasonable, above average total, but still gettable, if that makes sense. Right, so we'll see what's going to happen here. Kyle's going to come out and bat for the Hooters. And there's Sean Fuller on the sidelines there. G'day, Sean. How are you? Good to see you. I'm okay. How are you? Oh, yeah? Yeah. 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 Oh, is that right? Yeah. Is that right? Okay. Okay. There you go. Well, I might just mention that on the commentary that yeah, they roll dice down here, then Rupert Babies, to sort of work out who's playing in their team, because they've got a few people in the squad. And the short version of that story from Sean was he threw 3 ones in a row, and that meant that Paul Nolan got a gig instead of him. That's basically the short version of that story. He elaborated a bit more than that, but yeah, 3 ones, you don't have to be there to be stiff. So he reckons it just wasn't meant to be him playing tonight. Right, Johnny Swindles, play ball. So he'll be bowling a right arm around the wicket, and he's bowling to Kyle. So yeah, we called play and we're ready. 6:35 p.m. Leg side, that's on the line. And we called a couple in the first innings that were very similar deliveries to that down the leg side, where I reckon they were on the line. So we played the same rules and the same consistency for both teams. Short ball, when he gets a bottom edge or underneath edge, whichever way you want to call that, he gets 1. It's quite a sharp delivery, that one by Johnny. So yeah, just a little bit more oomph going into that one. He comes in the bowl here and beats the bat. Well taken by Pete Dennison, who's the wicket keeper at the moment. Every chance that John might be the wicket keeper after this over. He often keeps for the Reapers. That's the leg side. It's gone out, but we pay it because they weren't running. So it's gone out of the net, and Sean's going to help us out, which is great. The batsman on strike was never going to run. He was always happy with the 2, so we pay it, which is what we do in midweek cricket down here at SEMA Sports. Last ball. Yeah, we keep the game moving, and that's always a good thing. Johnny, yeah, he plays it straight. I reckon he'll make his ground here. He does. They get 1, and that's the end of the over. So none for 6 for John, and he'll be pretty keen to make sure he doesn't have stats that end up with him having to wear that hat again next week. But I reckon he'll be okay. He made 17 with the bat, unless he cops a lot of carnage, which is unlikely. And it's worse than everyone else, which is also unlikely. He should be okay. Right, Damien. And John is going to keep play ball. So here we go. This is Damien van der Meer. He's got the cap on back to front, and he comes in a bowl right arm around the wicket. A bit of swing, hits it straight. Kai's there, he fumbles it. The throw comes in, it won't matter. It's actually going to be a dot ball. Yeah. And this is Damien bowling to Brenton, who hits it very well, and it goes all the way. It's well fielded by John Layden off the back net, but they do pick up 7 runs. So it's very good news for the Hooters there. As Kyle was on strike here, and a nice shot, but just the one hit the back net at my end before hitting the side. And this is Damien again bowling now. And an edge that goes wide of Johnny, and Paul Nolan picks up the ball, throws it, but they get through for a single. And there's 1 ball remaining in the second over, and he comes in the bowl now and hits it nicely. That's Kyle, and they get 2. That'll be the end of the over. So pretty good over there for the Hooters. They picked up 11 runs from it, and 17 after 2 is not a bad start when you're chasing 113. Play ball. John Layden, yeah, a bit of swing, but just ended up in a nice spot there for Kyle to be able to hit that off his legs more or less for 3. So a nice shot. He bowls this one, another nice shot, and that'll be, yeah, I reckon that's in. direct hit, but 2 runs is what I pay, and it doesn't seem as if they'll be wanting to look at that. Rolls again. Kyle plays a nice pull shot, and Paul Nolan comes across with a tap towards the bowler's end stumps, but they get through for another comfortable 2. And John bowls again. And no ball off the pitch, that wasn't his best one. Last ball, those things happen. Over the wicket, so he lets us know, we tell everybody, which is what you do. He bowls, and in the air, and Paul can't quite get a handle on it, and that's the end of the over. So 2 runs there, and those catches are never easy. Paul looked a bit disappointed with the fact that he didn't take it, but the ball came off the net quite sharply, and it was by no means an easy catch, so I wouldn't be too hard on him there. Kai Sherple batted very well, play ball, so this could be his night. 42 with the bat, I reckon, from memory. So anyway, that's a good ball, beats the bat, and there's no run. It's fair to say that Kai won't be wearing that hat next week. Right, he comes in the bowl again here, and would have been a wide, but it hit his leg. And so therefore I can only give the batting team the 1 run, which I'm sure I'll take. It's Cherie's about to walk past us. Hey Cherie! She says, hey, what's up? And great to see Cherie here. I reckon it's in. What do you want to do? Do you want to have a look or not? Yeah, it's a close call this, so I reckon this is probably worth a review. So really well filtered down the back there by Damien. And even though I've gone with not out, it's more of a soft sort of a benefit of the doubt, not out, rather than overconfident about it. Looks like it's going to be tight. If it hits on the next frame, I'm in trouble. Oh, gee whiz. This is going to be nothing in it, so let's just keep an eye on the movement here on the bail. Still hasn't hit there. Hit there. Where's the bat? Or possibly just in on that one. We're going to have to check all the cameras here because it's one of those ones. So the old bowler's camera probably looks after me, but I wouldn't be surprised if one of the other ones gives us a different result. So it still hasn't hit there. I think that's jumped the frame too many. Let's keep an eye on this. We want to make sure of it. So it's hit the bail there. There it is. Where's the bat again? It's again. It's probably. Oh, gee, is that the line I can see underneath the bat? It is. So it's not over the line. You can see the line. So I reckon this is going to have to be given out. I'll just check the trial cam just to make doubly sure. Yeah, and again, the new camera's probably given that in. Right, let's just make sure. Well, the bails are hit there. Oh, gee, you might be right, John. That might actually still be in. All right. Well, we're going to go with umpire's call, which is not out, and let you keep your review. That's how tight it was. So I think that's the fairest thing I can do. Play ball, and I'll get back to a better explanation. Out of your crease. That's why that's not a no ball. Last ball. Just having a look at that. Yeah, the more I look at that, it actually looks like it's just in on all 3. So might not have been looking at the 2 runs there, end of the over. And that also came from the fielding team who were looking at the same thing as me, going, you know what, I reckon that looks like it's in as well, which is what I paid initially. Yeah, so 2 of the cameras conclusively showed just in. One of them is a little bit inconclusive, but so I reckon fair enough to go with the umpire's call not out and let the team keep the review. Play ball. Anyway, both teams seemed happy with that. And not that that's what we base everything on. We're still going to try and make the decision here that we are comfortable with ourselves, irrespective of whether it pleases players or not. But coincidentally, it seemed to have the approval of both teams as it turned out, which is a bonus. 2 runs there. we've had some tight ones tonight, and we've had a bit of everything. One. I reckon we've had an inconclusive, a between frames, a wrong and a right. And I reckon all of them have been around about a frame at the most, all of those. So 2 runs there, last ball. I think there might have been one horrendous one that was about 5 frames that I gave out and they reviewed, but that was about it. Other than that, they've all been very tight calls. So that's great stuff. 2 runs there into the over. Anyway, it makes for an exciting game when that happens, and it makes the whole review system pay for itself in, with what they would have spent on the technology and so forth, the owners, because we've probably had 4 decisions that we've had to use the cameras to verify, and without that we wouldn't have had definite answers. Play ball. And we would have ended up with at least 1 error out of the lot. We wouldn't have known it, but play ball. Great to have the reviews. And cricket is the winner. And so SEMA Sports in Balcatta, because we've got that technology available to us, and I reckon it's not just me. I reckon all the umpires down here love that fact that we do have that. To fall back on, and I think the players on the whole think it's fantastic as well. So it's a really a winning idea that whoever came up with that. I wish we had had that back in 1985, but I'll settle for 2024 because I'm going to have to. 1 run, and it's probably been around a little bit longer than that, but it's just gone up an extra level in since we've had the commentary and so forth. But we probably had a few reviews being back even prior to Hopesy and Hinchy taking over. Last ball, Super Ball. We certainly had the cameras to check the odd thing when Steve and Bo towards the end of their tenure. But last ball, Super Ball. Anyway, I'm a huge fan of the reviews, let me tell you, and I think most people are. Damien comes in to bowl the last ball. It's a Super Ball. He hits it well, and they'll pick up 4. So a good effort there by those 2 batters. They've picked up 53 runs, and they get the first skin as well. So that was always going to be always competing for that, the skin, because it was they were chasing 49, and they were always looking like they were going to be around about that mark. And you've got Laurie coming out here to bat with Mike. And that should leave us with Jules, the newer type player, and Spud that'll be batting at the end. Yeah. All right, we're ready to go here. Paul Nolan, play ball, and he's bowling right arm around the wicket, and he'll be looking for the huge in-swinger to try and bowl Mike here if he can. And that first one doesn't actually swing all that much, and Mike hits it nicely for a couple. Yes, he can certainly get the late outie going, can Paul Nolan, when he's going well, which is more often than not. Full toss, but probably not quite high enough to be calling that, so I just give it the 2 runs to the batsman. Don't reckon it was above the waist. Some of the boys from See You Next Tuesday have already rocked up in preparation for the next game. That's Mike playing a nice shot. There's Kai, and they get 2. Yeah, tough conditions to play in tonight, and it's pretty hot, and but you're going to get that. And no run there, last ball. Yeah, cold and winter, hot and summer, that's what you get no matter what you're doing. Indoor cricket, no exception. Beats the bat. I reckon he got back before you hit him. End of the over, and you can have a look if you want, but I think I'm right there. And I think they're going to go with me. So there was a small window. There was definitely on the line at one point there. And as soon as John decided it was time to take the bails off, I reckon the batsman just got his foot back in time. And everyone seems happy with that. Pete Dennison's going to be bowling next, and it's going to be the third ball coming up. And the second pair for the Hooters didn't go all that, for the Reapit Babies didn't go all that well. Play ball, and they're going to be hoping that it doesn't go that well for the Hooters either, but we'll see. 2 runs there to Mike. And yeah. Pete Dennison coming into bowl to Laurie, short, and he hits it well. And Kai's there, and the throw's pretty good from Kai. Keeping the batsman honest there. They get 2 runs. And he bowls this, and nicely driven by Mike, but that's very good fielding. And yeah, that will be well out, so they'll know, and they do. Yeah, so he hit that straight to Kai. He's flicked over the stumps more or less to Damien down at the bowler's end. And he had the bars off in a flash as well, and yeah, Mike was actually quite out by quite a lot there. Laurie in the air, and Damien makes an effort to try and cover the ground there, but he doesn't quite get there. No fault of his though, just one of those things, didn't quite get there. And they pick up 4. Last ball, he bowls to Mike. It's wide, short and wide, and that's the end of the over. So we have to call that clear cut one. This is looks like Paul Nolan. So he wasn't getting all that much swing in his last over, I don't reckon. And obviously wants to bowl when the ball is as new as it can be. Play ball, so he's going to have another over here and see if he can just swing the ball a bit more this time. And that one did swing a bit more, but it was right where the batsman wanted it. Pretty much a half volley just outside off stump, and he's managed to whack it along the carpet for 5. So a nice shot there by Laurie. Short ball, Mike plays well. Kai's there, the tap just a little bit wide of the stumps, and they pick up 2. Somewhere along the line the fridge light got turned off, so we won't have to worry about that for the rest of the night, I wouldn't have thought. And Paul bowls, and that was a really good ball. So that's the one he's been looking for, and that's his trademark delivery really, because it started well wide of leg stump, and it swung in, and enough to get through the defences there of Laurie, and probably ended up hitting around about middle and leg stump, I suppose. So a nice piece of bowling there by Paul. He bowls again, and this one doesn't swing quite as much. Laurie hits it in the air, and makes he gets his. They get 3 for 2. Would have been fairly tight though if that had hit the stumps. And there's 1 ball remaining in the 9th over. And yeah, Paul Nolan, he's bowling. He comes in to bowl to Mike, and it's a good ball, and it's well struck, and it's well fielded, and it'll be good night nurse, and that's the end of the over. So Laurie screwed Mike over there a bit, and because Mike had no chance of getting down the other end there, he's hit the old straight one. And how often do we see people get out in that situation? Mike probably should be on strike here, but we're not going to worry about it too much. We'll just keep the game moving. And Pete Dennison will be the bowler here. Anyway, good over there by Paul. He picked up 2 wickets. Play ball. And Pete bowls to Laurie. And Laurie in the air. This could be out as well, and it will be. So Damien makes sure of it. And that's a good catch by him. So all of a sudden, the Reapit Babies are having a good patch. And those 3 wickets in the last 4 deliveries have got them right back into this game. Nicely driven there by Mike. Damo's there. That would have been all over for the batsman again. And so a really nice cricket shot, that one by Mike, who's, you know, has his moments. He's no fool. And it was really good fielding by Damien as well down the back there. So good cricket all round. That's Laurie picking up 2 more. Pete Dennison bowling to Mike. And Mike hits it straight, and they're going to get the fall for it again here. He hasn't got the ball. So they miss out on a golden opportunity last ball. And I reckon they could have, again, I would have been looking to probably go the bowler's end there, although the run out was on either end. And if John had have taken that cleanly, they still would have got the wicket. But unfortunately for him, he didn't glove it. And the ball never hit the stumps, so can't pay it as out then. Leg side, that's the right call, and that'll be the end of the over. Yep, so how's Pete gone? He hasn't gone too bad. He's got 2 for 8. And 13 runs this pair. And John Layden's going to have a bowl. Play ball, and he's bowling around the wicket right arm. A play ball. So here we go, and he bowls to Mike. And beats the bat. And there's no run. There's Shaz. She's got the ball in her hand as she is playing netball, Cherie, on the MCG at the moment. Ex-employee, I guess we've got to call her, and I wouldn't be surprised if she chips in with some work somewhere along the line in the future. But I wonder how her new job's going. Anyway, she's still down here playing, and that's good to see. Kiana, she's working behind the counter. That's one of Cherie's daughters. Full toss, wasn't a high one. It goes all the way, and too late taking them. So 7 runs, last ball. Johnny just couldn't manage to get the, get the ball onto the stumps quick enough there, and they got through for 7. If he had hit them straight away, it would have been gone. Anyway, big trouble here, although the throws are wide, and that's the end of the over, so Kai won't be happy with that one. Mike setting off for the run there, and the run probably wasn't there, to be fair, but unfortunately for the Reapit babies, Kai's throw was just a bit wide and didn't give the keeper any chance of taking it and running them out. Paul Nolan, we're going to get rid of his overs here by, this is his 3rd and final over coming up. Play ball. So 77 runs is the total at the moment. And nicely played by Mike, and that'll be a comfortable, easy 2. Spud and Jules getting their act together. They're going to be the next 2 batters, and it looks like they're going to be they're getting themselves ready now, which is always a good sign. That's well bowled and well played by Laurie. Picks up 2. Ball bowls to Mike, and full toss but not a high one. Pete, Pete hits the direct hit there, and that's well fielded by him. And probably a needed wicket there for the Reapit babies. I reckon the last 2 batters are going to be able to bat pretty well in this game, so a handy wicket there for the bowling team. Full toss, he hit it reasonably well, and I reckon this is out, and so it's an instant review. So there's not, the batsman's obviously thinking he's 100% in here. I'm not convinced, and we're going to see. So this should be pretty tight, and it wouldn't surprise me if we need more than the camera to get this one right. Anyway, I reckon the Reapit babies are pretty confident that this is out, and that is the decision we've made. And Paul will get out of the way, so you can't tell from that because Paul's in the way. So we're going to have to go to at least one other camera. And Paul won't be in the way of this one. Maybe Damien might. Everybody get out the way. So you can't tell from that. We're going to go with the brand new camera. And this one might be the one, hopefully, if Paul gets out the way. Oh, geez. So it hits there. Oh, crikey. It might be. We're just going to double check. So no bail there. Now it's hit. That looks like it's just in. So we're going to have to go with not out. And we've got one camera, and it's the brand new one. And it's 1 frame on that, which is basically half a frame on any other camera. And therefore, I'm trying to remember what happened there. 2 2 runs? 1 run. Okay, there you go. Right, so I didn't put run out in there, did I? Last ball, Super Ball. Just hope we haven't stuffed that up again. Beats the bat, and that's the end of the over. Yeah, so... I think the other run out was that good piece of work between Kai and Damien. Right. Anyway, I reckon 2 of those. Yep, Kai's going to bowl. So 2 of those cameras that we looked at on that last one probably had a fielder in the way where we couldn't. The play ball. Yep, where we couldn't. Oh, sorry, John. I'm waiting for the keeper. Yep. So play ball, and we'll come back to that conversation in a minute. So he bowled leg side, so he gets Jules off the mark, but it's not Julian Gangemi, it's our mate Jules Unknown. Yeah, so I reckon that last run out situation we had probably 2 cameras, bowler's end and the old bowler's end camera and the full length camera, with someone in the way which couldn't actually give us a clear-cut answer on that reviewed run out. And on one of the few occasions we've been able to get a conclusive result on the brand new trial cam, and that showed the bail broken and the bat just in by the slenderest of margins. Dot ball there, last ball. So we gave it out initially, had to go with not out, and I reckon you can trust the trial cam's probably the most accurate of the 4. I reckon that's in, and that's the end of the over. So what are you thinking there? Yep. Okay, this is also very close. This time we've gone no, and this will be very, very close as well. Could it be one of those impact jobs? We will see. I think it's going to be in. Yeah, no, it's going to be in. So it's ended up being in by a fairly decent margin in the end, and that time we get it right. So that's good news for me, good news for the Hooters. Yeah. And through all the close ones we've had in this game with inconclusive and between frames and what have you, it's hard to keep track of who's got how many reviews left here. So I think the Reapers might still have one up their sleeve, because we did change the last one before that one. Play ball, and Hooters might, not sure if they've still got 1 or 2 themselves. Anyway, 1 run there to Jules. Got a good game happening here at the moment, and as I say, not just with all the close calls we've had. I reckon we've had half a dozen pretty close ones with mixed results. It's fair to say. And anyway, the game is also at a stage where it could go either way. So it's been a good game. If you're tuning in on the YouTube, watching and listening to this game, you're getting full value. Johnny Swindles bowls to Jules, and nicely driven, chance of a run out, and that's 100% gone, so we won't have any issues with that. And just have a quick look at the non-strike, or the Jules who was at the other end now, just to see if he was going to give us any sort of indication of a challenge, but no, and it was well out, that one. He bowls, spud. Full toss, no ball. The catch is taken, but it won't matter. It'll be a no ball +3. So in his crease he was. So we had a few of those in the first innings, and there's one for the second innings. That's well struck, and good effort by John. And they've done a really good job to keep that down to 1. That's the end of the over. So it was beautifully struck by the batsman, who's looking pretty good early on here, Jules, in terms of his stroke play. And looked like being 5 initially, and then it looked like possibly being 3. And between John Swindles and John Layden, they kept it down to 1. That's a great result for the Reapit babies. Play ball. Damien van der Meer, a right arm around the wicket, he's bowling to Jules, who swinging a miss this time. And no run, no wicket. 31 runs required, 3.4 overs to get them. So both teams well and truly still in this game. 113's turned out to be a pretty a good score for from the game's point of view. Geez, hit that beautifully. He's come down the wicket a little bit and hit it over mid-on for 7. So, yeah, as I said, he's a very good pickup for the Hooters, this bloke. And well and truly in their best lineup. Now, that's Spud chipping in now with a 5. All of a sudden, a little bit of a momentum shift as 12 runs come off 2 balls. Now mate Damien to Jules, and he hits it straight and very well again. And the timing of that was spot on. 5 more, last ball. Yep, so Johnny didn't have to move a lot to get to that, but it was hit so beautifully, then firmly, that it was saw him before he could bend down to pick it up. And that's the end of the over. So that's not really having a dig at John there. It was just the timing of the shot was what beat him. Right, none for 37 Damo's ended up with, which is somewhat higher figures than you'd normally accustom with his bowling. I wonder how many runs he made with the bat. He could be in contention. I don't know that he made that many, because he batted in the partnership where only 6 runs were scored. Oh, he actually got 22. Play ball. Yep, so Pete was the one that had -16. That would have been out. They missed. It's 1. Yep, so that might save him. But his stats are still -15 so far for the game. So that's in the criteria. That's a wide. So the first ball was a 1, the second ball was a wide. We just fixed that up and we put Pete's name in the system. And I'm back in line with the scoreboard. That's in the air, and this should be out shortly. One way or the other. Gee whiz, it's not. And that's a real missed opportunity that time for the Reapits. Between Pete and Damien there, they needed to make sure that wicket took place. It didn't. That would have been a wide. He hit it, and they get 2. Last ball. Yep, so a missed opportunity for the Reapit babies a moment ago. Anyway, everyone, all sides miss opportunities. It's just a fact of the game. Chance here, and not taken, and they get 3 for 1. End of the over. Yeah. So 2 for 15 for Pete. Yeah. So his actual stats at the moment read as probably -1, which is not as bad as -10. And Gamey, and even though he made 22 with the bat, at the moment he might have to wear that hat. In fact, he will, because he's bowled his 3 overs. Play ball. So he's going to be finishing on a -15 contribution. No disrespect to Damo. Geez, that's close as well, but I reckon it's in. So I don't think they're going to review either. So it looks like they're with me, but I reckon that was only a frame. Another one of those pretty close calls. There's bat involved there, and leg. 2. And I won't bother checking that other one. Not again. It's at 7:07 PM. For what it's worth, I thought it was close, even though I went with not out and it wasn't reviewed. He's out of his crease there with his feet, and I don't know that it was too high anyway. I wasn't looking to call that one. Yeah, the odd balls are here, so we've got the odd balls and see you next Tuesday coming up next, which will be also a good game. Full toss, not a high one, a chance of a run out. It would have been gone. The Reapits needed that wicket, although it's the scorers are still pretty tight. Last ball. And we are going to come down to the last over, possibly the last ball to get a final result here. And that's well played by Jules. And we'll get 2, and that'll be the end of the over. So that puts Jules back on strike, and he'll be looking to probably get to face 3 balls in this over with Spud the other 2. That'd be what they'd probably be looking for. Anyway, now a 4-run margin, 1 over to go. Play ball. Yep, they're going to need to take a couple of wickets at least in this over, is the Reapers. They won't be too unhappy with that. That was only 1 run. They need to make sure they keep the deficit under 10 with 1 ball to go around the wicket so that they got the chance on the Super Ball to win the game. That's a leg side, so that's a bit of a gift. Rebowl? No, he doesn't want it. So I've chucked it in, but I can take it out. And so 3 balls to go. He doesn't want that rebowl. He bowls. And Spud. Oh, there's a bit of anxiety being shown there by possibly both batters. This is what happens when it gets tight. 2 balls to go. The difference is 7. He bowls, and this hits the leg, and the non-striker says no, the striker wanted it, and we've got a really interesting situation now because it's last ball, 3rd ball, Super Ball. So they need to score. They can't just block it out. If it's not a wide or no ball, they'll have to run, and if they get a wicket here, the Reapers, they'll win on the Super Ball. So that sets us up. They probably wish they had that ball again now, maybe, or would run on one of those last 2 balls. He bowls, he hits it well, gee whiz, there's no one there, and he goes for 14, end of the over. So that's a brave shot because all the fielders had come up, more or less forcing him to play a shot over the top, and that's what he did, and he middled it. So that's a great, yeah, thanks boys, that's a fantastic game of cricket and a very exciting win to the Hooters, so congratulations to them. Right, I hope you enjoyed that game. I won't be too far away from coming in and getting the next one on the road, so please stay with us. before this game starts, we might just quickly give you a netball score update, MCG. And great game. Tits and Bits 29, BDB 26, so 3 goals. Only 3 minutes left in that game. So that's a cracker. And I think that's Cherie's playing in that game. Our mate, Cherie. Bay 13, another good game. Westy W 27, Renegades 20, so 7 goals the difference, 6 minutes or just over left in that game. So another couple of close games of netball being played on the other courts, which is great for the competition. And we're ready to go here, play ball. And we had a great first game of indoor cricket there. It was a great game by both teams. Right, we start this game, and Chris Fry gets off the mark with a 2. AK is the bowler. Chris Fry is batting with Steve McLean. The toss was won by CU next Tuesday, who decided they'd bat first. And that suited oddballs perfectly because they were hoping to field, so everyone's happy. AK. Steve plays it nicely off his legs. There's Ben. And they get 2 runs. 7:16 p.m. it is. And 33 degrees now, so we've dropped a couple since we started proceedings. We're looking for that number to go down a bit more before I get comfortable. And that'll be 1. Yeah, hot night down here, and a few of the players just commenting on that when they play. We probably haven't played in that heat for a little while. Okay, full toss, not a high one, hits it reasonably well filtered down the back there by, that would have been Reese. And it's last ball. Yep, we know who all the players are now for the odd balls, which is great. He bowls, short ball, hits it okay on the offside, a good shot really, and they get 2, and that'll be the end of the over. So we end up with 7 runs off the first over. And Wickus looks like he'll be bowling next. Steve up the front here, Reese down the back, Ben on the at mid-on, or shortish mid-on. Play ball, Chris is keeping. They're the players for the bowling team. And I can tell you that you've got Chris and Steve out here batting at the moment with Phil, Nick, Craig and Luke all to come in at some stage. That is hit nicely on the offside for a couple. Would have been touch and go for a wide there. It was on the pitch, the ball, so no ball, but they got their 2 runs anyway. Yeah, well bowled, he kept it out nicely. A chance there, no. He hangs on to the ball. Non-striker gets back in his crease. He bowls this one. Short ball outside off stump, and he hits that nicely for 2. And there's 1 ball to go. He comes in to bowl this one, does Wickets, and it's a short ball, and Chris hits it on the leg side for 2, and that'll be the end of the over. So we end up with 15 runs after 2, and it's a decent start to the game. This is Chris, bloke who's been wicket keeping up until now. Play ball. So he's going to be bowling right arm around the wickets, and here he comes. He bowls now. Chris hits a nice shot. Well fielded there by Steve, and they get through for 2 runs. The game of netball's just finished there on the MCG. Sorry, I haven't got the final score there. Quite often don't get the final scores in most of the cricket or the netball normally, because I'm obviously having to umpire and concentrate on this one. But when I get time, I do give you the scores. Because we do have people at home tuning in on YouTube that actually are interested in both the netball and the cricket scores. So that's why we try to provide that information where I can. 1 run there, last ball. Great to see both teams from the first game all hanging around for a drink after their game. Reaper Babies and Hooters, and that's what they do nearly almost every week. That's the end of the over, if not every week. I don't think I've ever seen them just play their game and leave. supporters of the centre, and we're very pleased to have them down here at SEMA Sports. This is Reese. Play ball. So he bowls to Chris Fry. Leg side there, and yeah, we got to call that one. It was a clear-cut call that time. And he comes in the bowl again, left arm over the wicket. Good ball, and he swung all around that, did Chris, and nice in-swinging delivery to the right-hander, and gets the job done out bowl. Happy days for the odd balls as he comes in the bowl. This is a full toss, he hits it pretty well, and so I reckon he's left early and got there late, so it's up to you. Yep, the review comes immediately. So I reckon the non-strikers left a fraction early, and the batsman that hit the ball got there a fraction late. That's my assessment, and we're going to see. I don't reckon the batting team are with me. Obviously, they both wanted to review, so we're going to bring this up. Let's see what happens. So he's let go of the ball. He's starting to leave. Does he get away? He's out there, and that'll be out. So we get it spot on. Thanks for coming. And that may be one of my best decisions of all time. They all thought that. I don't like to talk myself up too much, but that spot, that is exactly how I assessed it. Play ball. Anyway, the non-striker actually had left early enough to be out by probably, well, possibly 2 frames. And the batsman who hit the ball was out by probably a frame. So the batsman actually got closer to being in than the non-striker. Anyway, 5 runs there, and that'll be the end of the over. Yep, so 7:20 and 39 seconds was the freeze frame of the bail being broken there, and if I had a phone that I could take a picture with, I might take it, but I haven't, so I won't. My phone's in the car anyway. It does take pictures. The only pictures I take with that phone are by accident. Play ball. That's another story. Steve. It's a good ball. Yeah, and I don't take as many by accident as I used to do with the previous phone that I had. Every now and again the camera light would come on and I didn't know why. And the only way I could get rid of that light was to actually push the camera button. That's a misfield for 2. And so I was taking photos left, right and centre with my old phone of nothing basically. And that doesn't happen as often with the current phone, but it still happens occasionally. Anyway, 1 run there. Anyway, taking photos with a phone. Something that a lot of people do without even thinking twice about it, and not something that I do hardly ever, or anywhere near not really all that flash at it either. Anyway, that's okay. 3 runs there, last ball. There's certain things in technology that have just passed me by over the years, but thankfully the reviews is not one of them, although I had a lot of trouble early on. Right, that's a good ball. He keeps it out. There's no run. That's the end of the over. Yeah, that decision that we got a moment ago, right, was reminded me of one that I had on a Monday night in the winter season. It might have been, what's the name of the team? The one with Lavender and Lavcox. That's who it was. Play ball, and I had almost the same scenario there. Play ball, where I had a batsman, around the wicket. One of the batsmen hit the ball just short, the other guy leaving just early. And I remember the Lavcocks really enjoying being able to see that one on the big screen when I described it in sort of the same fashion as I did that one. Around the wicket, and odd balls are also pretty pleased that that's how it worked out. That's a wide, and we'll re-bowl them. Yep, loving life down here at SEMA Sports still, as Ben comes in to bowl to Steve, and that'll be 2. Yep. Looking forward to the 2.5 weeks off during the Christmas New Year period, as my wife will also be going to have me at home each and every night during that period. 2 runs there. have a fear. I'll be back. I think we start back on, might be the 6th of January from memory. And no. Last ball, Super Ball. Yep, so we'll be back to get things started then. Straight. Oh, and 2 straight ones in a row. That's the end of the over. So that's the end of the first partnership. And those last 2 balls were pretty much complete replicas. The straight drive, no run, no wicket. Anyway, 43 runs. See you next Tuesday. Won't be upset with that, I wouldn't have thought. You've got Luke Price and Phil Capper coming out to bat here. And that tells me that Craig will be batting last, Craig Pierce that is, with Nick Ingwerson. Hey? A slow one? Yeah, well, I was waiting for it. Okay, we're ready to go again here. Play ball. And Luke Price on strike, AK the bowler. And he bowls. And nicely driven. Gee whiz, right off the meat of the bat. I reckon he's home. So won't be giving that. And yeah, it was a cracking shot to get off the mark. First ball. Luke. Right off the meat. And nice drive. Technique was good. Everything was good about it. 4 runs. There's Phil Capper hitting a 1. Very exciting stuff too, to be outdone. This is AK. And he bowls to Luke, short, and this time he gets an underneath edge and it almost ricochets off the keeper onto the stumps. Luckily for the batsman that didn't happen because he was out of his crease there for a moment. And he bowls this, and he's hit that in the air, and he's taken the catch, and he can come back. So last ball of the over, and that one hit the top net and brought the ball down, obviously. And AK did a pretty good job to hang on to the catch there, I thought. He bowls to Luke, and full toss, he hits it nicely. It should get 3 for 2 here. Hits the stumps, but he's in, and that's the end of the over. So just 2 runs coming from that. AK's got 1 for 9 off his 2 overs, which is okay. He'd be reasonably happy with that, I would have thought. And Wickus, play ball. He's going to be the bowler. So let's see how he goes. Play ball, short ball. And goes underneath the bat. And I reckon that was a fair enough delivery. As Wickus comes in to bowl this. And it's in the air. And that's taken down the back there by Reese. So that's another wicket there for the oddballs. And they'll be happy with that. Wickus chips in with his first wicket of the night. He bowls this, and Phil underneath edge, and only just the 1 run coming there. So this is a good little patch so far in this partnership early doors for the oddballs. As Wickus comes in to bowl to Luke, and on the line. So on the line we pay the leg side, last ball. No disputing that from the bowler, which tells me that he must have felt like it was a fairly tight call, but he was with me, and they'll all be with me with that because that's run out, and I know it is. So that's the end of the over. So that's a clear cut one there, and that keeps things moving along quite nicely for the oddballs, with the score on -5 for this partnership after 2. Yeah. Oh well. Chris is going to be bowling here. Around the wicket, play ball, right arm. And he's bowling to Luke Price. Play. A full toss, a low one. He hits it for 2. As Chris bowls this one to Phil. And Phil hits it on the leg side, and they get 2. Chris. Right, a couple more runs there. Chris bowling this over at the moment. Phil Capper, he's the man who's on strike right now. and he hits it a little bit uppishly, and it's a misfield down the back that doesn't cost him anything extra, but that wasn't a great shot by Phil, yet he got 3 for it. Last ball. Good on you, Phil. That worked out right for you. Low full toss, he hit it well fielded by AK. They get 3, and that's the end of the over. So Chris has been a little bit expensive in this game, to be fair. He's bowled 2 overs, none for 25, and that's half the total so far. So he's got a bit to answer for, haven't you, Chris? Anyway, runs have got to come from somebody. Play ball. Reese, he's bowling. Leg side, so that's an easy call for me there. And we'll take the odd easy call just so we can get a breath, but I like it when they're the calls, line ball calls, whether it be run out, stumpings, wide, no balls, whatever. They keep you interested in what you're doing when you're challenged. Anyone can sit up here and keep score and make all the easy calls. It's the hard ones and the close ones that make the game more exciting when you're the umpire. That's a no ball off the pitch, last ball. And that's how I feel about it anyway. And if you will the close ones to come, you end up concentrating that little bit harder, I reckon. It's a good ball. And that's the end of the over. If you're sitting up here thinking, gee whiz, I hope they're all clear cut, I hope we don't get any close ones or something like that, then that's when you're going to start making regular mistakes because you're not sort of mentally prepared for it. Play ball. Like most sports, anticipation is a big part of it, whether you're playing or umpiring for that matter. This is Steve coming in the box, and I'm not actually sure that actually carried. But anyway, he hasn't taken it, so we don't have to buy into it too much. They got 3 runs. Leg side, that is. Leg side we call. And this is Steve. And short and well played by Luke. That's another good shot by him. 3 runs. Mate Steve Fenwick, the bowler here, comes in the bowl, and nicely played by Phil. It was pretty much on middle stump, and he timed it nicely on the leg side for a couple. Played it slightly across the line, but it worked for him. Last ball. They've got it up to 25, so they've repaired some of the damages there. And gee whiz, he's absolutely smoked that, and AK's done a good job. Hit the tape, I reckon, so 3. End of the over. Anyway, a really nice shot again by Luke, and that was probably every bit as good as the first one that he played to get off the mark, actually. And AK's reflexes there to do the fielding was also pretty good, although it still ended up being 3 runs. Play ball. Right arm round, yep, so Ben's bowling around the wicket here. He bowls to Luke, and a bit of swing, and nicely played again. And the driving in this game by Luke has been quite exemplary, and it's at least the 4th one that I reckon that you could say has been played very, very well, if not exceptional. Sticks with around the wicket, he bowls to Phil. Phil hits it on the leg side, there's wickets, and I reckon he might have had him there if he had hit the stumps, but it missed and they get 2. Ben just polishing the ball there on his shorts. He comes in the bowl, and that'll be 2 runs. And he bowls this, and that'll be 1. So last ball, super ball. Good enough. End of the over. I reckon it was good. I'll check it in a minute, but I reckon that was inside the line as it passed the crease. Batter wasn't overly convinced, so I'll have a look. because I've got a moment to do that. Let's have a look at this. And yeah, good it is. So I reckon as it passes the crease, that's inside the line. And it's outside the line when it gets to the keeper, but that's not where it matters. So we're okay with that call. Right, Craig and Nick are going to be batting here. And play ball. This is AK bowling. And play ball. Yep, we move on. Third pair. 7:35 p.m. it is. That's well struck. He got a hand on it, did Wickus, but that hasn't helped as it went for 7. Yep, no getting your eye in there for Craig. Yep, unloading the big shot immediately. Comes into bowl to Nick, and he hits it pretty well as well. Here's a chance of being run out as well, and that will be gone. And we'll just keep an eye on it. Okay, so Craig, who's up my end, has decided that's worth a review, and I can tell you now that it's not, because this will be out, and it won't be as close as the other one we had. This will be somewhat of a bigger margin. Here we go. Here comes the flick. It's hit the stumps there, and he's in the air and he's short. So if you roll it forward, 2, 3, it's 3 and a bit frames, so it was comfortably out. And I was certain that was the case, and we've proved it. Play ball. So we stick with that one. And you'll find that that's 2 reviews now that See You Next Tuesday have had. So they've got none left in this innings. And so far the oddballs haven't challenged anything in regards to run-outs or stumping so far in this innings. So they've still got 2 up their sleeve if they want to use them. That's Wickers doing the fielding. A nice shot there by Nick. They get 3. Last ball. Yep, Paul Laurie sitting there on his own from the Hooters. He might be the only Hooter left at the moment, having a drink on his own there. Everyone else has left him, it would seem. Most unfortunate. That's the end of the over. 4 runs there. Anyway, 10 runs coming from it, despite the wicket. AK's ends up with 2 for 19, and he's done okay. Yeah, the Rupert babies are still here. All 6 blokes that played are still all here enjoying a drink. Play ball. Wickers, the bowler. Full toss. I don't reckon it was high enough to be calling a no-y, and therefore I just paid 2 runs. We've got 90 runs here on the board. I notice that Mike Hancock's not here tonight, so g'day Mike if you're watching. Hopefully you're tuning in and keeping an eye and an ear on how your team's performing. And the reality is that they're performing pretty well. Too early to declare a winner here, but 90 runs in the 14th over is a decent start. And if they can get their score up to, maybe somewhere just above 120, they'll feel like they're every chance in this game. So it's well struck, and so 7, you reckon? Okay, all right. So they're all down the back there calling 7. You sure it's 7? Because okay, yeah, last ball. So I wasn't sure, to be fair, and bit of no ball. So that one I'm paying is a no ball too high. Well kept off the net. They get 1 extra end of the over. Yep. So that previous ball, I actually couldn't tell whether it was a 5 or 7, to be honest. The couple of the players from the batting team were indicating 7. And then Wickers seemed to be, well, maybe they convinced him and he also made the same signal. Yeah. Anyway, so that's what we went with. Play ball. Around the wicket to Chris, the bowler here. And the batsman hits it into the back net at my end, and they get through for a run. Chris bowling to Craig Pierce, and it was a bit short and he absolutely hammered it, only getting 2 runs for it though. And yeah, a whole lot of bags of chips there, of course, for the Reaper babies while they're having their drink as well. Yeah, the Smith's crisps, big packets that they've got there. I reckon that's just, I thought it just hit you, so I reckon it's come off the body. And there's an indication from the other end that was also the case. So I don't think, I think I was right on that one, although it He seemed to skim the shirt more or less. Anyway, no argument from the batter. That'll be 5, and AK did all he could, but it was a tough chance there for the fielder, to be fair. Well struck by the batsman. And 5 runs there, last ball, 109 all of a sudden, so it's just creeping up there. That's in the air, but it's a fairly well hit shot. And they get 3. That's the end of the over. So that's a good result. I was talking a few moments ago that anything above 120 might be a good sort of total to aim for from the perspective of seeing next Tuesday. But with 112 on the board now and 3 overs to go, they're in, with a big chance of doing better than that. Play ball. Anyway, as we know, wickets do have an impact in this game, so you know, if they can avoid losing too many more wickets, they will end up with a decent score, a fair bit above 120. There's a dot ball. He bowls and he hits it across the line, and they'll get through for a comfortable 2. 117. Yeah, Laurie watching on from the Hooters. As I said, he's got no company at all at the moment. Doesn't look too worried about it. 1 run last ball. Maybe he likes a bit of his own company. I don't mind a bit of my own company either from time to time. That's an edge, and that'll be the end of the over. And probably fair to say that I, to some degree, I'm in my own company when I'm sitting up here, which is fairly frequently and for fairly long periods. I do get a chance to talk to people here and there, and obviously with the commentary I feel like I'm talking to lots of people. Play ball, but I've got my own space and be in my own little world while I'm up here, as long as I'm concentrating on the game, which wide ball, which I reckon I do probably around about 99% of the time. The odd laps, no doubt. 2. Doesn't mean I'm right 99% of the time, it just means that I'm actually at least trying and concentrating it that often, I reckon. Every now and again, you still doesn't always mean you're going to be right all the time on that basis. That's out bowled. So I reckon there's errors that do creep in from time to time are not necessarily based on a lack of concentration, I guess is what I'm trying to say there. Sometimes it is, but not often. 2 runs there. Last ball. Anyway, concentration's never been an issue for me with whatever I'm doing. I'm usually pretty good at concentrating on what I'm doing when I'm doing it, whatever that might be. That's a decent delivery, and actually hit reasonably well, and they get 4. That's the end of the over. Anyway, it was a little bit. It was a little bit risky, that shot, and I don't think the batsman was overly thrilled with that shot, but. When you see that he got 4 runs for it and he's on 38, he's not going to feel too bad about it. Ben. Right arm round the wicket. Yep, so play ball. And he bowls to Craig. And he hits it nicely. Well done by AK. And his teammates appreciated that as he tapped the ball away from the net and kept the scoring down to 1. So nice work there. AK's done 2 or 3 nice things in the field tonight, actually, to be fair. Nicely played by Nick. Well done by Wickus. And he keeps that down to 1. 125. Whatever we end up with here, I reckon both teams are going to feel like they're well and truly in the game, which is what we want. That's a slower ball. And not out. It's a direct hit. And they do have reviews left, the bowling team, but there's little point in challenging that one. The batting team don't have any left. There's 2 balls to go, so we'll see whether we get a close one towards the end here. Anyway, whether we do or we don't, I'll be making whatever decision I feel is the right one, and not based on who has reviews left and who doesn't. That doesn't change that mindset. Last ball, super ball. He bowls, and it's a good ball. He hits it for a couple, which will be 4, and may as well grab the ball. That's the end of the over, and that's ended up being a pretty good innings for see you next Tuesday. Thanks, Chris. There's the ball. So 57 runs that pair, so they've done a pretty good job. Ben's got none for 29 and 135. Well, I'll tell you what, if you they won the toss, I think, and decided they'd bat, and they got 135. And if you had offered them that at the start, I reckon they would have taken it. Let's have a quick look at the netball scores, because we've still got time to do that. And another great game happening. Gee whiz, every time I've gone to check around the grounds, they've all been close. So MCG, the Titans are playing Artico, and they lead 24 goals to 19, so 5 goals the difference. 4 minutes in the third quarter to go. So that's close enough that it could still go either way. And Bay 13. Looks like we've got an absolute ripper there. The scores are level. So Dribbler and SMH, 13 goals apiece with 6 minutes to go in the third quarter. Yep. And yeah, Deadrock's umpiring that game. No, only jokes. I don't reckon he knows how to umpire netball, and neither do I. But luckily for SEMA Sports and the players down here that play netball, we've got some people down here that do know how to do that, and that's reassuring. Right, Chris and Steve, I reckon these two batters, that'll be who we've got. 136 to win. Runs on the board, I reckon you'd have to say that if you were framing a betting market at the moment, you'd have the see you next Tuesday favourite. Play ball, but I still give oddballs some hope of chasing down a total like this. Chris Fry bowling. First ball went for 2. Chris bowled that ball to Chris. He bowls again, does Chris, to Steve. And hits it nicely on the leg side, and they get 2 more. Chris Fry bowls to Chris, and nicely played. Phil Capper's there. The throw comes in. It's a bit wide. It probably wouldn't have mattered. I think they were always going to get 2. As Chris bowls this one to Steve Fenwick, and it's a short ball and a wide ball. And we call the wide, which is our leg side. It was outside the line. It wasn't a good ball. Last ball, and that ball might have got stuck in his hands a bit there, so he was a bit annoyed with himself. That's a shocking ball as well. That's a wide, and that's the end of the over. So those 2 balls didn't come out of the hand the way he wanted them to. And a couple of gifts there for the batting team. But I mean, every game you've got sides bowling a few wides and no balls. In some cases, a lot of them. Play ball. Phil Capper. The ball's hit straight to Craig. I reckon that's just in, but I did think it was tightish. So I've gone with no, and they don't review. I'm backing myself in for the not out ball there, but I did think it was not much in it. That's a good ball. That's inside the line. It's a definite thing. I'll let you know if it's iffy. That wasn't iffy. Yep, a good margin between the bat and the wide line. That's a bump ball. Not out. So I thought they might appeal for a catch there, but I didn't think it was out. I thought it was a bump ball, and they don't appeal for the catch. And the throw hit the stumps, but the batter was in, so they get 1. Phil bowls to Chris, and Chris plays a nice shot, and there's Chris Fry and doing the fielding, and it's 1 ball to go in the over, the second over of the innings. 7:49 p.m. we have, and he hits it straight to Nick, and they get through for 1, and that'll be the end of the over. Might be still 33 degrees, so we were 35 degrees when we started in the chair at 6 o'clock tonight, and a very small reprieve so far with the temperature. Play ball, and this is Steve McLean, and he bowls this one, and he plays it nicely, does Mike. Steve, in fact. So now we've got Steve to Steve. Yeah, we had Chris to Chris earlier. Now it's it's Steve to Steve, or it was. Now it's Steve to Chris. In the air, and that's going to be 3. Mate, Steve McLean bowling, and the he bowls this one, and it's an edge from the batsman that hits the keeper and ricochets into the side net for 2. So I didn't hit the back net, so the 2 runs for the side net with them running get paid in that situation. Steve, nicely played, and there's 1 ball to go in this over. Pretty good crowd there watching and getting ready to play netball in the next game. I reckon that's a good ball, and that's the end of the over. Another one of those ones where inside the line is a pass to crease. So I reckon that's Alex Pitt from the Ants that's just rocked up. We haven't seen him for a long time, but I'm pretty sure that's who he is. And he may not have experienced commentary yet, but he will play ball. Yeah, we'll make sure of it. Nick, play ball. So right arm around the wicket is this bloke's going to come in and bowl. Full toss, it wasn't high, and they get 2. It's Chris, yep, scoring 2 there. So 25 runs so far for the Oddballs. Good start for them in this partnership. Full toss, he should be caught there though, and for some reason Chris has decided to take that one-handed. And well, it's okay, I guess if it sticks, and it did. So all good. He bowls, and I reckon that's okay. And we give him 1. That was a tight call, to be fair. And that time we gave the bowler the benefit of the doubt on what was a pretty tight one. Full toss, 5 runs, it just bounced in front of the back net. I could see that it did. And there's 1 ball remaining. As he bowls this. A bit of swing, but full toss. I reckon that's just out, and I reckon he'll review. So what do you want to do? I'm just checking. Yep. So they are going to review this. I've given it, put the run out in there already, and I'll be changing that to 7 if I'm wrong. I don't think I am wrong. I reckon this is just out, but it'll still be relatively tight. So we want to make sure of it, and they have reviewed. This ball went pretty high. He had a long way to go to get it, but I still reckon he's gone. He's gone, yeah. So it's actually out by more than I actually thought initially, and it's actually worked out to be about 3 frames. So at the end of the day, it wasn't all that close. It just seemed a little bit closer in my eyes when I paid it. I mean, I was still very confident it was out. I just thought the margin there was maybe not quite as much as it turned out to be. Anyway, we get that review correct, so we're having a good game so far. Play ball. And that's 1 review for the Oddballs done and dusted. The bowling team still have the 2 up their sleeve. That's a nice shot. There's Phil, and that will be in. That's 2 runs to Steve. That looks like Cruz has rocked up, and he's just lifted his shirt in front of Janaya. 4 runs there. He's got his back turned to me, thank God. But Janaya was up there. Oh, was it Janaya? I think it is, yeah. And he's just lifted his shirt. You'd imagine it's probably a scar or something that's happened to him. But he said, "I'll just show you this, and not look at my washboard abs." But who knows? He didn't keep it lifted for too long. But anyway, I wasn't expecting. I reckon that's just in. So we'll see what happens here. Last ball. Looks like they're going to stick with my call there without a challenge. Yeah. So fair dinkum. Cruz just walks in, and Janae is right there around the wicket, and he just lifted his shirt and front on. Yeah. End of the over, and it was probably something like, I got hit here, or I got an injury here, or I've pulled a muscle, or there's a scar, or something. But anyway, I won't be going up to anyone here and doing anything like that at any stage. My guts is not as big as it used to be, but it's still not going to be showing it off in a hurry. Play ball, and that's okay. I think most people will appreciate that. That'll be 3. Washboard abs. I actually don't reckon I've ever had washboard abs. you go. That'll be not out 1. You know. And I've had moments over the years, especially teenage years and probably early 20s, where I wasn't overweight, even though it became that way. But I don't know that washboard abs would be what I'd be describing myself at any point, even at my healthiest. Anyway, that wouldn't surprise anybody. I just thought I'd mention it since that topic came up. So I reckon he's hit that on the full. He's hit his foot. All right. Well, yeah. You going to be all right? So he might have hit his foot with the bat and also the ball. Anyway, end of the over. So that's the end of the partnership. And he's hurt himself a little bit there, the batsman. I was all set to call no ball off the pitch there. I got a feeling it was hit on the full. So I sort of withdrew my thoughts on the no ball call. And just thinking I'll pay 2 runs. And then he's also seems like he might have hit his foot. So it was a rather tough one as an umpire to adjudicate on there, actually. Anyway, we gave it 2 runs in the end. Looks like Chris Fry's going to bowl again, and Wickes will be batting with AK. And that'll leave us with Ben at the end with Reese, I reckon. So we can put their names in already and prepare ourselves. And play ball. This is Chris Fry. And off we go. And he bowled. No ball, full toss, 2 highs in his crease. It all worked out well for the batsman. He did everything he needed to do to make sure he got the no ball call. And they also ran. So that gives them 3. The ball hit the back net at my end. He bowls. No ball, full toss again. And he's out of his crease. It would have been run out that time. So they're lucky to get away with that probably. They get 9 for that. So it would have been -5, but they had to hit the stumps. And 14-run turnaround is pivotal in any game. But this one included. That's gone for 4. All of a sudden we have 16 runs scored off 3 balls. And that's working out quite nicely for the oddballs all of a sudden, which is good for them. That's a good ball. It's inside the line. The throw comes. I reckon he might have had him. It would have been really tight. And last ball. I was leaning towards gone. And we've got another ball coming up here. And he bowls. And he's clean ripped him. And that's good night, Nurse, end of the over. So swap ends. And the batsman can tell someone who cares there about that situation. But... because I don't, but he's out bowled. And that won't have any impact on my life at all. It won't alter, it won't change my mindset or how I go about things. Play ball. Yep, I just get on with the game. And chance of a run out, and I reckon this is just out as well, and we might get another review. Yeah, here we go. So this is pretty tight as well. A direct hit, which always brings the fielders into the game. And I think I just heard the batsman say this is close. So we'll just see how close it actually is. Here comes the throw. Oh, it's going to be tight. Oh, it's hit there and he's gone. So it's just out. And if we go on the old bowler's camera, which is what we used, it's only a frame, if that, sort of... he's only just out. He's well in on the next frame. So anyway, we get that one right. Play ball, and that'll mean this is going to be 5. Nice shot there by AK. So it's interesting how this game is working out at the moment. The first innings, the batting team used both reviews, and we got them right. The bowling team didn't use any. And in this innings, it's been the same situation. The batting team has already blown both their reviews, and the fielding team hasn't used any yet. So anyway, that could prove to be important when we get towards the latter stages of this game. He hits that well, and I actually thought it was a bump ball. No, I don't reckon that's out. I reckon it's a bump ball, so you better get in your crease. And well, I don't review catches, but I thought bump ball immediately, and the batsman thought that too. Well, I can't review catches. I'll have a look later if I can. Play ball. I reckon it was a bump ball, last ball, and I thought that all the way along. As soon as it happened, I know the fielding team didn't think so. The batsman certainly thought so. Not that I was going on that. I'd already thought it wasn't out. Not out, non-striker. So that's definitely in, and that's the end of the over. And I don't think they're going to review that because the non-striker had it covered. End of the over. No, the non-striker held the crease. Right, if I get a chance, I will try to see if I can work out whether... And we may not be able to tell, but I'll do everything I can to make sure we can. And if we can clearly see an error from my part, we'll put our hand up. But I thought it was a bump ball. And that beats the bat. And I reckon the batsman thought that as it turned out, not that I would have known. And I reckon the fielding team obviously thought it was out, clearly. So we will see what we find out. Let's hit the batsman. And they get a run. Right, so there's 2 balls to go here. He bowls, and the batsman plays it nicely. It's like, here comes Phil, and that would have been out, I'm telling you, but he missed the stumps and they get 2. So just dodge a bullet there. Right, so this is Steve bowling, and Wickers, and no, not even close to LBW, and that's the end of the over. So that hits his feet, missing the leg stump very clearly. Let's see what we can find out about this one. Oh, so you're not going to be able to tell, I don't reckon, on this catch. I've already had just one look only, and the immediate response from me is you really can't tell. It looks like it's so close to being a Yorker that it's not funny. Play ball, which basically is why I ended up thinking that it was a bump ball. Chance here, they get 2. Anyway, I won't give up on that one, but it'll be hard pressed to prove it either way, I reckon. Yeah, can't tell from that. I'll try from another angle if I can. And that'll be out, so I know this is gone, and the batting team don't have any reviews left anyway, so we're not going to be able to help them in any way, shape or form. That'll be 2. Just had a quick look at that catch from the keeper's end, and I may have found something that might indicate that it proves the bump ball, but it's probably prove is probably a strong word. Wide, last ball. I think it adds some credibility to the possibility that it could have been a bump ball. Put it that way. He comes in the bowl here. And that's well struck and well fielded, although it's gone for 3 in the end, and that's the end of the over. So that is handy runs. Play. And wide ball, so we give him that. Yeah. Hits the top net, and the throw comes in, they get 1. Very difficult to tell about that catch. I've looked at another angle and thought, well, maybe out, but it's almost a between frames thing when you see the ball hitting the bat and trying to decipher as to whether it was a bump ball or not. So I reckon no. And you want to have a look because you've got your 2 reviews if you want them. Yep. Okay, so we've got another close call here. And the fielding team are the team that's got the 2 reviews left. The batters don't have any. And so they've decided to review this. And it will be pretty tight, I reckon. I've gone no. And let's have a look. So 2 runs if we're wrong. And I think we're going to be right. Oh, oh no, he's on the line. Okay, it's on the line. So it's dead set on it. And the bail has moved. It's actually come off. And you can clearly see The bat's over part of the line, so that's the best way I can describe that. 2 runs, so it's not 2 runs, it's actually going to be run out and play on. So that's an interesting one, and I'll tell you. 1 run and last ball. So in that situation, you can see the bat covering probably 3/4 of the line around the wicket when the ball actually hits the stumps. But there's enough of the line that you can still see underneath the bat, which shows that it must mean therefore that it was out. End of the over, 3. So it probably doesn't get any closer than that when it comes to a review, because it's not like you can see the whole line underneath the bat. It's only a very small portion of the line that you can see. But again, the beauty of having the reviews, because no one's going to hang you on that sort of a call. Play ball, but at the end of the day, you know, it's the right call to overturn that to out. That's inside the line is what I'm saying there, and they get 1. And that's a consistent call with some of the other ones that we've had outside off stumps. So we keep going along, doing the same thing for both teams. Luke bowls, and it's inside the line and between the bat, and they. So I reckon that's not out, even though it's come straight off his hand onto the stumps. And I think they're just mucking around there. They're not keen to genuinely review that. Luke bowls to Wickus, and well struck, and so 7 that is, and thanks to Anthony Campbell down the back there who made sure I saw it. Not that he's playing in this game, but he's here, and I reckon he might be dressed in the National Over 55's state uniform tonight too, I've got a feeling. Looks like that from here. Yep. Anyway, this game is still reasonably even, and AK hits that for 2. Last ball, super ball. Yep. So the fielding team still have their 2 reviews after winning that last one. And as I said, the batting team have used theirs up. Last ball, super ball. He hammers it in the air, and no, not even close that time. I get 8, and that'll be the end of the over, and that works out really good for the odd ball. So it's a handy 8 runs. And Luke's got none for 24. They got 45, that pair. And that sets things up beautifully. The last pair need 55, and that won't be anything easy, but it's certainly doable. Yep, the first game went down to the last over, and there's every chance that this one will do the same. Hoping it will. Julian Gangemi's here. I don't reckon he'll be lifting his shirt in a hurry to show Janea like Cruz did a few moments ago. Yeah, anyway, she'll be hoping not. I'm sure he won't. Play ball. Chris Fry. And, that'll be 1. I don't reckon Julian's got washboard abs either. In fact, I'm sure he wouldn't have. 1. This is Chris Fry bowling to Reese, and the straight drive there almost cost him. It wasn't taken cleanly by the bowler, otherwise it would have been out. Deadrock's talking to Julian Gangemi. It's great to see. And Ben, that'll be hit on the leg side, and they get 2. Last ball. Yep, Chris is bowling here to Reese. Reese hit it straight, and oh, how's he missed the stumps there? It's not going to matter at the end of the day, but anyway, that's run out, end of the over. So I don't know how they missed the stumps on the first attempt there, but it hasn't mattered at the end of the day. But unbelievable stuff. Phil Capper. So that ends up being a maiden over. That wicket's a handy one for see you next Tuesday. Play ball. airfield capper bowling and in the air, and that won't be a bump ball. I can tell you that with a 100% certainty. I still really don't know about the other one in all honesty, even though I had a bit of a look on 3 different cameras, but I had one that was dubious. That's a wide, and it's definitely outside the line, so that's not that's the right call, I promise. Oh, gee, that's too close to call. I can't call that one, Ben. I reckon that was really just in, I reckon. And we had 2 close ones in a row. The other one I could categorically say was a wide. That one I didn't think it was quite, although it was still tightish. Anyway, he's all right with it, and we get 2 runs off that one. Phil Bowles, Reese, and toes it, and good catch there, low to the ground by Chris Fry. End of the over. So, a couple of good overs to start the partnership for see you next Tuesday, and that's having a bit of an impact on this game all of a sudden, as now the oddballs are well and truly up against it, chasing down this total. So they now need 61 off 4, so 4 overs, that's going to take some doing. Play ball. And they won't be able to need to get a couple of overs with no wickets happening if they can. That's a bump ball, I know it is. It would have been run out. And we've had a couple in a row now where we've been sure about whether it's a bump ball or not, although we did have one in the second pair or first pair where we weren't too sure. He bowls this to Ben in the air. On the offside fills there, they get 2. Yeah, the Ants and Deadlock, that's our game next. Finishing off with the Stingrays and the Sharks, I reckon it'll be. Oh, the ball's got stuck in the net. And it's a mystery, cross back, re-bowl. Yeah, well, there's nothing else I can do about it. Yeah, dead ball. Yep, so you get another go. They would have got 3, they got none. And they'll be hoping they don't get out here, but there's every chance that'll happen. Play ball. And we'll just see what happens right now as he comes in the bowl. And he actually whacks it, and he gets 5 for it, so he might say there's some justice in the world over that. We took 3 off him on a technicality, and then he hit a 5 in response. No, that's good ball. So he's leaving tight ones there. Last ball, I gave him 1 early, but I've got the last 2 I haven't. And he comes into the bowl here. And he bowls to Ben, and wide, that one's definite. And that's the end of the over. Now the bowler doesn't like it. Anyway, I don't care. We've now had 4 close ones. I got 2 each, and I reckon I was on the money on all of them. And anyway, the 2 that I called were definitely good, definitely wide, sorry. And the other ones that I called good were pretty tight, to be fair. Play ball. But anyway, Nick bowls, and in the air this is. That's not a bump ball. He takes the catch, so we know that's out, and we pay it. He comes in the bowl here. He's bowling around the wicket. This is Nick. And he bowls to Ben. And Ben just plays a nice little shot on the offside where no one is, and helps himself to 2. But at this stage of the game, 2s are probably not going to get him there. It won't. They're going to need to play some big shots. And he hits that pretty hard, but he could be run out. No, they fumble it. They get 3. 85. So 51 off 12 balls. That's a huge ask for these 2, for anyone, including these 2 batters. Full toss, he makes it into, hits it well. Side net, back net, 4 runs. That helps him a bit. Last ball. And he comes in the bowl here. And he hits that in the air all the way. And they can't do anything about it, and that's 7, end of the over. So that helps a bit with those last 2 shots being 11 runs worth. 4 for 13 for Nick is good. And with 2 overs to go, I reckon they've got it down to about 39 required or thereabouts, which is waiting for the scoreboard to click over. And yep, so 40 runs wins the game. 40 off 2, still a big ask. Play ball. You know, those last 2 shots just gives them a very, very small window of opportunity. That's nicely struck, and it's beaten the fielder, and it goes for 4. So they need to get as many runs as they can here, and hope that the last over with the Super Ball works out for them, the odd balls. He hits that nicely. They'll get 2. Yeah, TAB Sportsbet just keeping betting open marginally here at the moment. I reckon if they were framing a market, there's a small chance here for the batting team chasing this score. That's going to be out. Oh, gee whiz, though. That would have been the end of it right there and then. They could have put it to bed and he would have been gone if he hit the stumps. He missed and they get 3. 31 off 7. Around the wicket. They need to keep scoring of every delivery. He's been caught behind. And last ball, he puts the hand up as if to say, stop, don't run. Taking the focus off me paying the caught behind. But that didn't work because I heard it and saw it. Last ball. Anyway, that should decide the game, and that's the end of the over. 2 for 17 for Craig. Luke Price is going to be bowling the next over, and with 34 runs required off 1, it's going to need to be a lot of back net shots in this over to get the job done. And I don't see Luke going for anywhere near that many runs. Right, play ball. And he bowls, and it's a wide, so I pay the first one and you get the re-bowl. So they're going to obviously take that, and that is always going to help you. He bowls again, and nicely played, and Nick does a good job to keep that down to 1. So that's good work by him. He bowls, and the slower ball, he hit it well, and was it 7? Was that 7? No, just 3. Okay. So he got hands to that and he caught it, dropped the catch. It was tough, and he changed to 7 into 3 basically. That's inside the line. All good. Right, so there's 2 balls to go, and they're not going to impact the result or the final skin. He bowls, and there's Phil, and there'll be no run, no wicket. Right, last ball, 3rd ball, Super Ball. So 3rd ball, they need to score. I'll be looking to run here, and they're the 3rd ball, Super Ball. And he hits it beautifully, but in the air, and he'll be caught, and that'll be the end of that. So a good win there, another good game of cricket by both sides, and a nice win for see you next Tuesday. That's the end of the over and the game. And still 2 more games for me to do tonight, so we're halfway through and looking forward to the next challenge. Thanks boys, they all thank me. Yeah, thanks Steve. I couldn't tell for sure. I didn't think I'd be able to, but I couldn't tell. Yeah. right, let's check things out. We'll give you some netball scores. I reckon there's still games happening. Go to Bay 13. And Dream Team 18 against Nets and something or other. That's an abbreviation, Nets and T. 11, so 7 goals the difference. About the best part of 9 minutes left in the third quarter there. And what's happening on the MCG? That's a good game again. Netty S on 10 and Shoot H, whatever that means, on 9. The teams will know, but I don't. 10 to 9, 1 goal the difference, 6 minutes left in the third quarter. So there you go. That's every time we've gone around the grounds tonight to check out the netball scores, we've ended up with no one-sided games at all. They've all been very close. Well, very close when we've checked it anyway. Very exciting stuff. Yeah, I was. Yeah. He's got the man flu. Okay. Yeah, okay. You love it. I know you do, Jules. I know you do. I know you do. It is a bit hot. Yeah. Hey, what were you doing showing Janaea your stomach, by the way? Oh, yeah, okay. I thought it might be something like that, because I mentioned it in the commentary. I said, he's done this. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we will. All right, let's get started here and play ball. Right, Ants are batting first. Around the wicket, play Deadrock. Right, so he bowls the first ball to the leg side, it's rubbish, and we get Damien off the mark with a 2. So they had some sort of an agreement here, or I did the toss, whatever happens, it's worked out that Ants are batting. And Damien's out here with Joel Wolfrey. And that's 2 runs, so I probably would have been out of here at the start. So it looks like Reese filling in from the oddballs for the Deadrock team. So that'll be good for them. That's a short ball, and Joel hits it for 1. Yes, I mentioned in the commentary in the last game that when Cruz arrives, Cruz is the bloke that's wicket keeping at the moment, that works down here. That's been hammered. He got a hand on it, but that won't help. They get 7, and the crowd goes nuts. Last ball. Yeah, Cruz walked in and went straight up to Janaea, which is one of Cherie's daughters, and lifted his shirt front on, right in front of her, end of the over. And I picked up on that straight away, and I thought, I wonder what that's all about. Is he showing off his washboard abs? And then I thought, no, it might be something like he's got a scar or a sore or a rash or something. Play ball. Anyway, I just asked him exactly what the situation was. And Anthony Campbell, that won't be out, and it's 4 runs. So 4 runs there. Anyway, apparently he just showed me worse luck, but I mean he just showed me that he's completely sunburnt, and that's what that was about. He was just showing look how burnt I am. Anyway, I thought it might be something like that rather than showing off his body to Janaea, but I wouldn't put anything past some of these young blokes. Anyway, I won't be doing not out 2. I won't be doing that to anyone down here. So don't worry. I wouldn't put you through it. Now's a good opportunity. I've been told that obviously Adam Pearce is not here, but I believe he's tuning in. And g'day, Adam. I believe I've been told he's got the man flu, and he's actually quite sick. That's a great shot by Damo. He hits it for 7. And anyway, I've been unwell as he probably knew, and I hope he hasn't got anything from me there. But apparently he's not very well, but he's managed to get himself together to be tuning in for this game. Bailey said specifically to listen to the commentary. That's 3 runs end of the over. Anyway, you'll be pretty excited about that, Adam, as am I, because Anthony Campbell's just gone for 19 runs off his first over, no wickets. So that's always going. If you're not feeling that well, you'll feel just a little bit better, as do I. Play ball. Anyway, this is Reese who plays for the oddballs, but he's filling in here. Deadrock, full toss, not a high one. Anthony Campbell's there, and it's good fielding, and would have been tight had that have hit the stumps. They get 1. Anyway, Adam, you were asking how I was last week, and we're not as bad as we were. I hear that you're really unwell. That's great fielding, that's out. Anyway, hopefully you get better soon. I'm probably operating at around about somewhere about a 6.5 out of 10, I reckon I am at the moment. So I'm nowhere near as crook as I was. But I reckon I need another couple of days just to get myself back to, close to full capacity. Anyway, 2 runs there. Anyway, we're getting through the games and umpiring them, and doing a reasonably good job despite not feeling 100%. Full toss, and it's gone for 3, and I know he hasn't kept that off the bat yet. So Anthony indicating 3, but I was always paying it. Last ball. Anyway. We're feeling a lot better than I was last week, so I should be able to get through the rest of the week and the rest of the year without too many more problems. End of the over. 1 run, that was. Yep, so 1 for 2 for Reese, 35 after 3. And, I'll tell you in a minute who's bowling again. I forgot his name. Kieran? Yeah, Kieran, that's right. Play ball. Right, and he's got his full name in there now. Kieran Rakic, okay. He bowls. And Joel helps himself to 2 runs. And I've been so involved in my commentary so far that Julian's been talking to me every ball, like he always does, on the leg side up close here. And I actually haven't answered him hardly at all. I normally answer him all the time. But I've just let myself continue with my little spiel without actually interrupting it, just to indulge Julian with answers to the numerous questions that I cop. But now that I'm finished for a moment, I might just find out what he wants. And it'll probably be something like, what did you have for dinner, and how do you think the Eagles might go next year? That's out court. Last ball. So what do you want, Jules? What do you want? What did I have for dinner? I knew he was going to ask that. Gee whiz, he won't believe me if I tell him. Last ball. Gee whiz, I was spot on. That's the end of the over. I had coleslaw, and I had 5 mini frankfurts that were left over from my wife's Christmas lunch today. No, I don't have Hungry Jacks on Tuesdays, mate. In fact, I don't have Hungry Jacks all that often anymore at all. Yeah, takeaway night's Thursday night. Used to be every night and every day, until I decided it was time to make some changes. Right, Julian the Shalonger, play ball. So he's bowling. Yeah, and that was no lie, actually. I did actually have 5 cocktail frankfurts with some tomato sauce and some coleslaw, which is a pretty odd combination. I actually don't reckon I've had that combination before. But my wife had a big Christmas party at our place today for a ladies group thing that she is in charge of. Each and every... gave the wrong person out and the 4 runs to the wrong bloke, so I'm just fixing that. Yeah, she had a Christmas lunch today for a group that she's in charge of on a Tuesday that runs each year. And no ball off the pitch, and out of the food that was left, that's what I decided I'd have. So that's what I had. That was a no ball off the pitch for those people that care. And Julian the Shalonger bowls, and here's Damien, and he smacks it, and Deadrock tries to stop that one-handed, and not only has it paid the price by going for 5, but he's actually hurt his finger. Yep, so either commit to the stop or let it go, but half-hearted effort like that doesn't work. There's Joel Wolfrey, and he gets 2. Anyway, that's the end of the over, and this pair's done pretty good at the moment, actually. Adam Pearce will be pretty happy. No doubt he's going to be barracking for the Ants here. And 45 after 5 overs, shared equally pretty much between the 2 batters, as equally as can be, 23-22. I'm a bit better, Jules, yes, play ball. I'm not 100%, but I'm better than I was, play ball. So that's Jules' second question. Leg side, what did you have for dinner, and are you feeling better, was? So anyway, gee, I've drunk a shitload of water in the last week and a bit. Unbelievable amount of water, really, which has probably done me some good. Joel, there's Anthony Campbell, and he drops the catch. It was hammered at him, so so we won't be too harsh. Yeah, I've got a Coke no sugar in my hand at the moment, but I've been drinking a lot of water. 2 bottles of water before I had that tonight, and a few bottles of water throughout the day. And 2 runs there. Haven't smoked much in the last 10 days either, I've got to tell you. I have had one here and there, although not when I was really at my worst. But even a night like tonight, the smokes are in the car. So, I'm not having them between games at the moment. So, anyway, there you go. So, you know that if I'm doing things like that, like hardly smoking and drinking shitloads of water, no ball off the pitch, re-bowl, and not drinking too much Coke, no sugar, and not eating all that much, it's probably because I'm not well. That's an edge to a full toss, and the throw comes in. And anyway, there's 1 ball to go. There's Julian. Look at the elegance and the grace as he runs after that ball. 2 of the Stingrays walk in the door. That's Tom and Clinton, followed by Sam. So that's 3 of them. And now there's another one. That's Nathan. There's 4. And that's 4 runs on the Super Bowl end of the over. And it wasn't a good shot by Damo. But he got 4 runs for it nevertheless. They get 58. So you can't argue with that. And yeah. Cruz has got, I think it was, about none for 13, something like that. Yeah, another drop catch. And yeah, no excuse, that's right. That was Anthony Campbell. Cruz just bringing that up. They had none for 13 for Cruz. Alex Pitt, I reckon this is. And we haven't seen this bloke for a while, but I reckon that's who it is. So it's got Alex Osborne there, that's not right. Let's see if Alex Pitt's still in the system. He is. And gee, the other bloke doesn't need any introduction, Chris Sell. And very exciting to see him down here as always. Play ball. Julian the Shillonga. He comes in to bowl left arm around the wicket. It's a short ball. It's there to hit. He just taps it around the corner and says, I haven't played for a while, so 2 runs will do me off the first ball that I face. Chris Sell, he might be able to go back net here, I reckon. And well, he doesn't because it's a no ball off the pitch. Yeah. Chris Sell. And this is Julian coming into bowl to Chris. And it's going to be a no ball off the pitch. He whacks it. Hits dead rock in the foot. It was side net, back net is what that was. So that means it'll be a no ball plus 4 and worth 6 runs in total. Right, Julian Ganjemi, that's his last name really. That's a wide, so we give it to you. Last ball. Rather hot down here at the moment, 32 degrees at 8:35 p.m. He bowls left arm over the wicket. And that'll be also a wide if he wants it. He doesn't want it, and it would have been run out if they hit the stumps, and that'll be the end of the over. So, no value in playing that shot. He just says sorry to Chris. I just saw him say that and heard him say that. Yep, so no value in that shot. You let it go for the 2, or you try to hit it maybe another net or something like that, but not in that situation. He almost got run out. Play ball. Dead rock. Yep, so he comes around the wicket, and it's the leg side. And this bloke struggles with the ball, it's fair to say. We've been talking a lot about that. That won't stop anytime soon, if ever. And anyway, every now and again, I mentioned it last night, he bowls a good delivery here and there, but they are far and few between. So he's got some capability, but that's not a good ball. That's short and it's shit, and the batsman hits it for 2. Yeah, anyway. So Dead Rock. So a very good batsman is Dead Rock. So he's got something to fall back on, and he'll need that 1 run there for Alex last ball. Yeah, Dead Rock bowling around the wicket. Dead Rock, Rob Livingston's his real name, but Dead Rock is the nickname they give him. And that's the end of the over. And anyway, somehow or another he managed to get through the defences there of Chris Sell. So, Yeah. What are we doing here, Chris? Oh, Chris is just saying he's hooping them around everywhere, which is absolute bullshit. Play ball. Anyway, he couldn't hit that last one, so he's obviously blamed that on the fact that the bowling was exceptional. That's good enough. So that's just inside the line. Third ball. And score might change, Jules, yeah. Might possibly could happen. No, it'll be definite. It's definitely going to change. And there's Julian Gangemi, and he keeps it off the net. And that inspires everybody down here. They all went up for a round of applause, did the fielding team, because Julian kept that down to 1. Well done, son. That's inside the line, Chris. I can't help you. You can stand there and look at me all night, mate, if you like, but that situation's not going to get any better for you. Yep, maybe hitting the ball might be an option as he comes in the bowl this way. Leg side, I'll give you that one, mate. I'll give you that one. Last ball. That is, mate. Yes, they're very good. So anyway, Chris gets 1 out of 2. He wanted them both. It wasn't happening as he bowls this one to him. And hits it well, and there's Anthony Campbell, but it hits the side net, the back net for 4. End of the over. Sorry. What? Jules is about to ask me something else there, but I've dodged a bullet because he's been told he's got a bowl. So he'll have to hang on to that question until a bit later. I get a small reprieve. We all think Julian's a great bloke, but play ball. But he can be relentless. I reckon that's not a bad word for him. And anyway, there's Chris Sell. And I've got lots of words for that bloke, but I can't probably use them at the moment because this is potentially a family show. So we need to be a little bit careful about our censorship. Anyway. Chris is he's a character. There's only one of him, and thank Christ for that, because I don't reckon the world can cope with more than one of him. I couldn't. The yelling and the screaming he does when he's begging and pleading for wickets, no ball off the pitch in particular. So he's very good at doing that, and he's often actually quite relentless with that activity as well. So, and tonight will be no exception, I reckon. You'll be able to hear him. That goes for 7. Yep, Chris Sell, good shot. And last ball. And yep, they've got a couple of blokes down the back there set for that sort of shot, but they couldn't do much about that one. Here we go. Alex on outside edge. Wide of the keeper, they get 1, and that'll be the end of the over. Looks like the netball may have come to an end, at least on the MCG for the moment, because we've got the Stingrays out there getting a bit of practice. Because we've got them versus the Sharks in the last game. Here we go, this will be exciting. Anthony Campbell. Play ball. And he comes in the bowl, and he bowls. And Alex hits it on the leg side, and there's Deadrock. And they pick up 2. And Anthony's been a huge part of the commentary since the whole thing began. And it's been... fantastic, actually, that aspect of it. He gets a wicket. And actually, we've been talking Anthony up a fair bit in recent times, to be fair. His actual last month, 4 or 5 weeks, have been actually very good. Bat and ball, and in the field. He's actually, his stats would probably reflect that as well. So he's had a good period. And we ripped into him in the beginning, and rightfully so, but things have changed a bit. We rip into people when it's warranted, but when they're playing well, you need to give them the credit for that as well. And I have done that all the way through with every player that plays down here. Nice shot by Alex, and they get 3, and that's piss poor fielding by Deadrock, and it goes for 4. End of the over. So Chris yells at me as if to say, "Wads, did you see that?" And I'm not blind Freddie, mate, so yes, I did see it. And I knew it was 4, and I paid it, so no need to yell and scream at me like some kind of moron. Anyway, it looks like Cruz is going to bowl. And if he shows you his stomach, which no one's really going to want to see, you'll find out that he's severely sunburnt. And anyway, yeah, Janaea knows because he showed it to her as soon as he walked in the door. Play ball. Cruz, Alex, and Reese. He keeps it off the net. That's good work. A lot of excitement to still come in this game because Bailey Britton hasn't batted yet, and there's always something good coming from that. So Cruz. Oh, Chris Sell, that's a nice shot. There's Anthony Campbell. And they pick up 3. The Ants are doing pretty well here. They've got 106 runs on the board. And you've got Alistair to come as well with Bailey. So looks like being the sort of score that's going to be well and truly enough, I would have thought, the way they're heading. 2 runs there. Yep, Cruz. Bowls to Chris Sell, and would have given him the leg side. He didn't want that. He decided to do it the hard way. Hit it on the leg side in the air, and they were lucky enough to avoid being caught or run out. Last ball, Super Ball. 13 for the 3 drink. And they weren't thinking that. That would have been run out, they missed. No, you weren't. And it'll be 4. End of the over. Chris says I was in, and I just said no, you weren't. So, and I was right. He was dead set gone for all money if that had hit. 56 runs they end up with that pair, and 28 for both batters. So that's pretty even, just quietly. We'll just check out Bay 13, because there might still be a game of netball there, but there's not. So there's nothing there, and MCG's just the Stingrays, 4 of them having a practice hit before the next game. So it looks like netball has come to an end for this evening. They'll probably be on again next Tuesday, and next week's the last week, of course, when we get 2.5 weeks off, and I'm due for that, so I'm looking forward to a bit of time off, because I just need that little break. It just helps me get through for the following year. Play ball, but I'll be back. I won't be giving this job away anytime soon, if ever. No ball off the pitch, and Bailey Britton. Gee, who do you barrack for here? You've got Anthony Campbell bowling to Bailey Britton in that ridiculous looking hat. And I don't know if it's the same hat that he always wears. I reckon he's got 3 or 4 on the go these days, and you never quite know which one he's going to show up in. And that one looks to be not quite as white as maybe the other one that looks similar. So either he hasn't looked after it very well, or it's just an older one or a different one. But he's got one hat that he inverts as well, that turns inside out and the other way and all the rest of it. Anyway, he thinks he's a very cool customer, because he shows up in these hats and chews gum like he's something pretty special. No ball off the pitch, and last ball. And he can keep thinking that if he likes, because it's not going to really have any impact on me. But anyway, it gives me good fuel for the fire in terms of my commentary. So people like that are handy to have down here. That's a full toss gone for 7. That's the end of the over. So what's Anthony's figures? Gee, 1 for 37. So we were talking earlier that he's had a good period the last 4 or 5 weeks. But fair to say tonight, he's been hammered all over the park. He's picked up 1 wicket. And but 1 for 37 is expensive. Play ball, there's no denying it. The stats speak for themselves. That was Kieran that bowled a good ball there, and it must have been a good ball, because it beat the bat of Bailey Britton, and that's hard to do, because he's exceptional. Anyway, Kieran. Bailey, fantastic shot there. He's going to keep it off, but Eddie does. They get 1. Bales is written on the back of Bailey's shirt, of course. That's his nickname, Bales. We've got Big Bird here on strike. That's Alistair. Yeah, it's nicely played by Alistair. And they get through for a couple. Don't reckon we've had any reviews in this game yet, I don't think. So anyway, we'll be ready for that if it happens, and I'll be hoping it happens. Actually, I like to be involved with those with the tight calls and last ball, and more reviews the better. I like it more when I get them right. It's fair to say. That's our court, and that'll be the end of the over. And yeah. Nothing wrong with wanting to be right all the time, but very hard to be right all the time. I'm not. I haven't met anyone I haven't met an umpire in my life actually that's been right all the time. Play ball. That'll probably never change. I reckon that's okay. I reckon we all do the best that we possibly can when we're sitting in the chair, and it's always nice to have the technology to validate some of the decisions. That's on the line, which is a wide. So dead set right on the line, and when that's the case, we call the leg side. So we do. Bailey, that's a nice shot, nice placement, nice technique. Took off like a gazelle, and another one of those blokes that isn't particularly expressed between wickets. I might be able to give him a little bit of a run for his money. I'm probably not quicker than him. I'm quicker than Julian. 7 runs, that's last ball. That was a good shot by Alistair. I reckon I could be a little bit quicker than Anthony Campbell as well, but Bailey's not quick, but he might still be just a little bit quicker than me. That's a wide, and that's the end of the over. Anyway, I reckon you can count the number of people that I could run between wickets quicker than down here on one hand. That's across the whole week. So let's say there's 600 or 700 people playing during the week, something like that. Play ball. It's a very small percentage that I reckon I'd have covered in that instance. It's a good ball by Reece, and no run. Wouldn't do that many, I suppose. So we've got 12 games a night, which we don't have. I haven't really thought about how many people we've actually got here playing in the whole week. But we've got 4 games tonight, and probably 12 on a Monday and a Wednesday at the moment. So that's 28 games. 2 runs there, and probably 10 on a Thursday. It's 38 games. And there's 12 players minimum in every game. That gets them up to that's 7, I reckon. It's a great shot by Alistair, last ball. So it's going to be in the high 400s probably if you include 8-a-side. That's how many people are playing down here in a week, and I reckon I might be able to beat 5 of those people between wickets as far as pace goes, which means everyone else can well and truly have the wood on me. That beats the bat, and there'll be no run. Yes, what have we got here? 2 overs to go. Just on the verge of thinking about telling a story, and I'm just trying to think about whether I want to do it now or wait until the next inning starts, because there's only a couple of overs to go here. Kieran, play ball. He's hit that in the air, and Dead Rock for a moment thought about chucking out the hand to try and do something, and he withdrew, knowing that he had no chance of doing anything constructive with that. They've got 160 runs here. Geez, not out, no. So it should be enough, Jules. Yeah, you won't be winning this game, Jules. No. And that's going to be 2. And if Adam's watching this game at the moment, he might tune in for the next game as well, because he's played for the Sharks on occasion. And if he's not so unwell that he can't manage another hour or so, I can tell you that Come On Simon is already here. And that's good night, nurse. And you're on your way, Alistair, and he knows he's out. And he raises the finger as well. There you go. But that was dead set gone. Yeah, no, last ball. So Come On Simon's already here. Looks like he's buying a drink, actually. And won't matter whether he drinks alcohol or not before the game. He's still going to bowl the same sort of full toss cream pies that he seems to dish up every week. And somehow or another, some batsmen have trouble with that, but they shouldn't. And that'll be 2. End of the over. He should have figures, in the none or 1 for maybe the high 30s or early 40s on a consistent level. Sometimes he does get figures like that. Anyway, it's bowlers like Simon that make me want to resurrect my batting career. Play ball, because I reckon I could hit him to the back net pretty frequently. That's a full toss, and it wasn't a high one, and non-striker backs up far too far. He actually gets away with it, as the throw there from Kieran missed the stumps. And that's a beautiful shot by Bailey, and well fielded by Anthony Campbell. And good cricket all round there, so that's exciting stuff. says tomorrow's temperature are near record. My laptop's telling me. Not out, I don't reckon. Hit that into the foot, but I don't think it was a catch. I don't think it was. No, I'm not going to look at it. No, too hard to tell. From experience, I can tell that that'll be very difficult to be sure about. But it wasn't really a genuine appeal from anyone either. Polite inquiry, maybe. Off the bat, would have been a wide. Jules! Oh, gee, the tap was good by Jules. And Deadrock had a chance to finish it off there, but he missed. Yeah, it would have been good night, Nurse. Yeah, last ball, Super Bowl. Julian loves my sayings. Good night, Nurse. Good night, Irene, just to name a couple. Full toss, not a high. When he could be run out here, he should be run out. No, they bugger it up. They get 4 runs end of the over. Somebody give me the ball, please. And Cruz has got none for 33. 53, the partnership. Thanks. Yeah, tell your story walking, that's right. And there's, there we go. So, anyway, 167 runs, so Adam will be able to relax. He's probably already relaxed while he's watching this game. But 167 runs, every partnership got 50 odd. And yeah, what odds Deadrock's team getting that many? And gee whiz, you can write your own ticket, there's not a hope in hell. Yes, they've got a couple of good batsmen, but they haven't got the lineup that's going to be challenging the Ants here, I can assure you. Chris Sell is down there. And yeah, what an exciting character he is. I don't reckon my life's been the same since I've met that bloke, actually. Anyway, it's another story. And we're just waffling on a bit because we can. Looks like Deadrock and Kieran might come out and bat here. And that's going to be exciting for the Deadrock Shillong team. Looks like Bailey Britton's going to keep. So that's always great stuff to watch as well. Adam hasn't been doing much keeping lately, I've noticed in these games. It's been either Joel or Bailey, maybe occasionally Adam. Maybe even Ben Hamlin, I think plays occasionally. Anyway, it's Alex Pitt, play ball. And we're ready, and he bowls to Deadrock. And it's leg side, so we get Deadrock off the mark straight away. And yeah, 2 a ball do it, but there's going to be some wickets along the way, which means that somewhere along the line some big shots are going to need to be played. And he hit that well. I don't reckon it is. Look, here we go. No, it's not. And there's Chris straight away into the fray. Come on, Woz, that's surely out. I reckon if you don't need to turn your volume up, Adam, at home here, because you would have heard that. And there you go. That's hit nicely, and you wouldn't have been the only one who heard that. I expect to get a few text messages later on tonight from some of my friends that live in Fremantle to let me know that, can you tell Christian to shut up a bit because he's too loud, and we can hear him from all the way there. That was well fielded in the end, maybe a little bit lucky. He might have hit his foot and just stayed off the net. They get 1, and it's last ball to go here. And he's got a set of lungs on him, this bloke. Anyway, Chris, full toss is out of his crease. Might have hit the non-striker in the box. In the dick is what Chris called that, and that's the end of the over. And that's exactly where it hit him. There you go. So I wasn't going to say that initially. I just said, it's hit him in the box. But no, Chris came through and said, no, it's hit him in the dick. It's a dick ball. Anyway, it's completely dicked him on that one anyway, it's fair to say, the batsman. Play ball. This is Joel Wolfrey, and he had a shocker night last night, and that's shit bowling, no ball too high. So I remember Joel having a pretty poor game last night for the Fluffy Ducks. They never looked like it at any stage. And then Joel comes up tonight and dishes up that first cab off the rank. So anyway, there's a full toss, so that's 3. Did he make any runs, Joel? We better check that, because the bowling hasn't started too well for him. He probably did make runs, because everyone did. Yeah, he got 27. So yeah, I mean, all the batters made runs. He's made a complete meal of that. And whatever chance he had of running him out has gone by the wayside. They get 1. Anyway, they've got plenty of runs to play with, so they can afford to bowl and field reasonably poorly and still get the job done. That's a short ball, so that's not good bowling either. It might get a wicket though, and that's a case of shit gets wickets if I've ever seen it. It was a short ball, was there to hit. Side net, back net, and Ellison took the catch. Last ball, so Joel picks up a wicket, and gee whiz, that's absolute rubbish, it really is. And that'll be run out, and he might want to check this, we'll see. But I know this is gone, and it's the end of the over. And I just keep an eye on them just to see if there's any hint of a review, but it's not coming. And it shouldn't be coming, because it was out. But those last two balls from Joel, fair dinkum, I wouldn't even piss on him from a height. And he's managed to get 2 wickets out of it. And he walks away with 2 for -4 off 1 over. And that is absolute unbelievable. Play ball, Chris Sell. What's he going to give us? The first ball he is hit for 2. And there you go, great stuff, Sally. Great stuff, captain is the call from Bailey Britton. And don't know that he's captain, but maybe he is tonight. Anyway, that's nicely played. Not a bad ball either. And they get 2. Anyway, the last thing the Ants need is Chris Sell to be captain, I would have thought. It's the last thing I need. Anyway, if I get any questions or queries, he's the man who's technically supposed to be the one that can come up and ask me things on behalf of the team. Although midweek cricket pretty much let everyone have a say if they want to have one, within reason. 2 runs there, last ball. Anyway, Chris Sell. Last ball of his over coming up. He's gone for 10. And Deadrock says, thanks for coming, I'll smack it for 4. And that's the end of the over. Yep, so Chris Sell taking a little bit of punishment in that over, none for 14. And that's out of about 17, I reckon you'll find. Yeah, so yeah, just 3 overs in, but fair percentage of the runs so far in this innings have come from Chris Sell's bowling. Most unfortunate. Play ball. That might continue here with Bailey. We might get something similar. And gee whiz, it was a full toss cream puff if I've ever seen it. And he smacked it, but it was a drop catch. It was a tough chance because it was hammered. And it should have been 7, it was 1. Anyway, Bailey, gee whiz, what's that? That's another full toss. And 2 runs, yep. So, Bailey get a good job in a bakery at the moment, I reckon, with some of these cream puffs that he's delivering. As he bowls this short ball now, so he's gone with the, after bowling 2 fullies, he's bowled an absolute shocking short one, and they hit that for 3. Bailey Britton, any chance of bowling a good ball? And the answer is that's not a bad one, although it's a little bit short. And yeah, so I reckon this is out, and he might want to check it, we'll see. And he has a bit of a look at each other, the 2 batters, and they're not going to review. Last ball. Anyway, I reckon it was gone, and I'm not just saying that. I mean, I gave it out, and I don't give it out unless I actually do think it's gone, and I'll stick with it, and there's no review. Oh, Bailey Britton, he deserved to go for 7, and he has. End of the over. So, yeah, that's you can only bowl so many pies before the time comes where you need to be hit to the back net for 7, and he tried it once too often. It's a 3rd full toss in the over. The other 2 were short. And end of the day, 1 for 8 is a win for him. Play ball. Damien is bowling left arm over the wicket to Deadrock. And gee, he hit that well, but in the air, and I reckon it hit Alistair in the chest there. And again, it looked like it came off the net quite sharply. So in that instance, not the easiest catch to be taken. There's Kieran, there's Bailey. And he's kept it off the side nets, and he'll be pretty proud of himself. Yep, looks like most of the fair portion of the Sharks team are here as the Stingrays, so yeah, looking forward to doing that game next, and pretty happy to be back to the 4 games for me, all on the WACA. I come down here to work and do as many games as possible, so I'm very happy that that's how the fixtures are now. Last ball, hopefully that'll be the case, well, I'd like it to be the case indefinitely, but we'll take it each week at a time at the moment. We might be lucky again next week. Last ball. That's that's exceptionally close. I'm going to go no. You want a review? Yeah, there we go. So Chris yells and screams at me and says, "Give me the finger was." Well, it's not what I want to hear, and I won't be doing that. But because, as I said before, it's a family show. But this is relatively tight in all fairness. And although we've given it not out, I'm by no means declaring it as a definite result. So I could be in trouble, is what I'm thinking. Let's just see. And, well, gee whiz, I'm in the game. It's pretty close. It hasn't hit yet. It looks like he might make it. So he's actually in there, but it's close enough to check all the cameras. All right, so this is what we're going to be doing, because it's... So on the old bowler's camera, it is only just in. So we're going to do the full process. And that we just sped it up too far there. Here we go. So I reckon it'll probably hit... We've got a new one coming, Chris. Just relax, will you? So hit there. So where is he there? Is that in or out? It looks like it is out, although Damien's hat's there. And I'll just look at the trial cam as well, but I think it's going to be out, and I thought that might end up being the case. And the new one probably shows probably on the line too. So we're going to go with out there and overturn it. It is really, really a tight call, to be fair, and not making any excuses. That's the end of the over. Right. So play ball, if we're ready. Yep, so I reckon the old bowler's camera is showing a very small margin in. I reckon the full length camera probably showed on the line, although there was, Damo was slightly obscuring, his hat was actually slightly obscuring the view, but it looked like it was probably on the line. And then I went to the trial cam, which is the brand new one that we're trying, that has slightly better frame rate, and I reckon that was on the line as well. So on the line, so you know, we won't hang ourselves over having got that one wrong, but again, the cameras prove their worth by giving us an exact decision at the end of the day that's accurate. So you can't argue with that. That'll be good night, Irene, as Kieran is stumped by Bailey Britton off a good delivery from our mate Alistair. And very exciting stuff there. As Bailey was very, very excited about what happened there. And absolutely it was. I'll try to contain my excitement though, but it was exciting stuff. There's Kieran talking about exciting stuff. Joel Wilfrey does the fielding there, they get two. And there's one ball in the over to go, Super Ball. So last ball of the partnership, and only 25 on the board. And he comes in the bowl here. And it's off his leg onto the stumps, and Deadrock can tell his story walking, because it's good night Nurse and it's good night Irene, and you can get on the next plane to Sydney, because there's nothing left for you to do here. You can just leave the party and, as I said, tell your story walking. So on your bike and all the rest of it, Julian would love me to keep on going with all those sayings. But most unfortunate for Deadrock. But you don't have to be dead to be stiff, and that's out. So anyway, can't help bad luck is what that really means. And Julian always says to me, "What's your favourite saying?" And I reckon that's my favourite. There you go. You don't have to be dead to be stiff. I went on the radio and gave that saying one day, and actually won a competition, play ball. So it might have been 6PR or something like that. Many years ago. It's the leg side, and they were talking about certain famous sayings or just funny sayings. You know, people got up there and said, not your full packet of Tim Tams and all that sort of thing. Well, everyone knows that one, so they didn't win, the person that said that. But I got on there and said, you don't have to be dead to be stiff, and they pissed themselves laughing and won some sort of voucher from memory, a $50 voucher or something it might have been. Anyway, that was, gee whiz, that could be 25 years ago, maybe even longer. That's Julian. I don't forget shit like that. In fact, I don't forget a lot of stuff. Right, this is Alex bowling at the moment to Julian Gangemi, who'll be looking for a wide so I can get him off the mark. It was a bit of a false start there by Alex. And they rip into him, which is not uncommon for the Ants to do that in a game. They don't even have to be playing in the game to do that. They like ripping into people left, right and centre, and that's good for the fun of the experience, the whole atmosphere down here. It's good to have them having a bit of fun with not only their own team but also some of the other teams. And I think it goes down pretty well most of the time, although I reckon Andre doesn't appreciate it, but I reckon everyone else is okay with it. G'day Andre, if you're watching. Just got mentioned again. Damo! Oh, Julian! No, that won't be out end of the over. You were safe, Jules, so you're all good, mate. Anyway. Yes, I was... this is Joel Wolfrey. I was about to tell a story earlier, and I'm thinking about leaning that way now. Play ball, because this is going to be a one-sided game, and there's Joel Wolfrey, gee whiz. No, not out, but cream puff number 5, I reckon he's bowled. No, mate. No point in begging for it at this stage, son. You're 137 in front. Anyway, I like watching movies, and I don't mind a few old-time movies. Round the Wicket, and I was watching one of my old-time favourites on Saturday, actually, The Alamo, war movie. And I reckon most people would know the movie The Alamo and the story behind it. I reckon Adam would know that one. It's probably, it was on Channel 92 on Saturday, yeah, over the wicket. And anyway, I reckon I've seen that movie, I reckon it would be 30 times. And I'm not exaggerating. I reckon I saw it when I was a young kid to start with. I reckon I would have been, I don't know, maybe 8. And I reckon it's one of those movies, a bit like The Wizard of Oz. They put it on every year, and I reckon most years I've just watched it. So it would be it may be 30 and some change. That's not out, 2 runs. So I've seen it a lot, and it's a bit like watching the Titanic, where the result's the same every time you watch it. So I've seen the Titanic a few times as well, and it's amazing every time I watch it, thinking that maybe this time they might be okay, but no, the boat sinks every time. That's the end of the over. Shock horror. Sort of watch these things hoping it might be a slightly different outcome. Well, the Alamo's the same. The underdogs, they don't win at any time, no matter how many times you watch it. Anyway, play ball. I was watching, my wife joined me for about maybe the last sort of 45 minutes or so of that movie, and I told her a little bit of a funny thing about that movie, because I've watched it several times. And I said when I was a kid and I watched it for the first time, I was sort of trying to do the maths. I was always pretty good at maths, and so watching it for the first time, as I said, I'm probably about 8 years of age. And anyway, I'd seen the adverts leading up to the movie. I knew it was coming, and they talked about 180 volunteers up against 7,000 troops in the opposition, the Mexicans, and so forth, other countries as well. And I thought to myself, how on earth are 180 people going to defend a church and beat 7,000 people? Third ball, last ball. And the reason I thought that was going to be the case was because John Wayne's in that movie, and third ball, last ball, he bowls, he hits it in the air, he's caught, and that'll be the end of the over. Tell your story, Walking, and end of the over, cross back. Anyway, so back in those days, when you've got a star like John Wayne, I thought, well, there's no way he's going to die, and so therefore, somehow or another, they must be able to manufacture a way to work it so that the 180 Texans that are all volunteers are actually able to beat the army of 7,000 with all their cannons and so forth. Play ball. So I literally went into that movie the first time I watched it, enough to win, solely on the basis that they wouldn't let John Wayne die in a movie that he's in, so they must somehow miraculously get up. I didn't know the history behind the Alamo prior to that. Anyway, a bit like the Titanic, we've watched that movie a lot. That's a wide, and always hoping and rooting for the Texans to get the job done. But no, again, I watched it on Saturday night, and yet again they got defeated. Yeah, they all died, including John Wayne, so that's very disappointing. 1 run. Anyway, just thought I'd share that with you. My wife thought that was funny when I told her that story because, you know, she might not be any particular historian. She'd probably freely admit that. 7 runs last ball. But she knew enough to know that who won the battle of at the Alamo. And yeah, I realised it after I was about 8, watched it. But anyway, disappointing. End of the over. Yep, they maybe should do a remake with the outcome somewhat different. And they should do a remake of the Titanic as well, because I mean, fair dinkum. I mean, I understand that the boat did sink, but 2 of them could have, you know, they could have saved Leonardo DiCaprio. Play ball. There was more than one piece of furniture floating around there in the sea, and there was also room for both of them to get on whatever it was, the piece of furniture that Kate Winslet was on. They had one go at trying to get both of them on there, and they gave up after 1 attempt. So you don't do that when the water's that cold. Anyway, 2 runs there. All right, you can take the piss out of any movie you watch if you look hard enough for any of the mistakes that are made. That's a full toss, and he's hit it straight to Alice, who takes the catch. That'll be out. And if you watch YouTube, but I do watch a bit more YouTube now that you know, I watch some of the indoor cricket, but other YouTube things will actually go through some of the movies and tell you all the mistakes. Cruz has fallen over there, so's Damien, and the end result of that is 7 runs. So anyway, last ball. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, YouTube has given out a lot of mistakes and bloopers and so forth in a lot of movies like Titanic, Planet of the Apes, Jaws, all those sort of things. All movies that I like. Widen Up will give it to you. End of the over. Yep, so looks like maybe Ellis to the bowl now. And it's amazing how many mistakes actually have cropped up in some of those movies, which you don't realise that when you're watching it, say, for the first couple of times anyway. Play ball. This is Alistair coming in to bowl to Cruz. It's short, he hits it in the air. Joel Wolfring! Oh, thanks for coming. He takes a catch. And anyway, it's not going too well. Just in recent times for Cruz. He's been actually caught 4 times in this innings. And that's most unlike him. And you may find, I'm just wondering how they're going here in terms of who's outscoring who. He's also scored. It's a leg side, so I will give you that with a rebowl. And he has hit a couple of, he has hit 3 7s and 2 4s, to be honest, so he's probably still going to be the dominant partner in this partnership. But he won't be happy that he's been caught 4 times in the one gig. He bowls this and hits it in the air again. It was catchable, and it was also run-outable. But it ends up being neither of those things. And another 7, so he picks up his fourth 7. So he's given us the full mixture, has Cruz here, 4 7s and 4 catches. And he could have been caught on that one. Anyway, Alistair bowls this, and Julian playing a miss, and he says no. And that'd be a good move, Jules, because you wouldn't have been making runs there. It looks like Anthony Campbell's going to be batting in the next partnership too. So there's some fun to be had yet, so do not change the channel. We've got more to give. There's Julian getting 1, and it's last ball super ball. And Alistair, he's going okay here. I wonder if Cruz has a dip at the skin here. They need 14 to tie the skin on the super ball, and he does go for the big shot. He hits it well. Julian backs up and says yes, and he gets the run out, and it'll go against Jules because he was the closest. End of the over, Jules. You can tell your story walking. So he loves it when I say that, and this time I've said it to him, and he saw the humour in it, so we make no apology. Look at that, the 2 batsmen are just holding the zip and the net there open for Julian to walk through like he was some kind of prince or something. Anyway, he's not, but I do think Anthony Campbell could be the next Pope, so just keep an eye out for that. And he's batting with Reese. And yep, see how this partnership goes. I reckon they'll run out. Could be run out City in this partnership, and that's what I'm hoping for. Play ball. So there's no doubt about where the result's headed. So we're going to afford to have a bit of fun. And here we go. First ball could have been run out if it hit the stumps. It didn't. Anthony Campbell, number 1, on the back of his over 55 Nationals shirt from WA Nationals. Yeah, over 55s. The full story. Anyway, number 1, he's now going to bat out of his crease. He was batting in his crease for that first ball. It hasn't lasted long. He's now out of his crease by a good foot and a bit. Full toss, and it's inside the line, so we can't help him and we won't. Third ball. And we had a quick glance to see if the wide call was coming. It wasn't. And here we go. Now let's see what he does here. So third ball, and he bowls. And off the bat, I think, not that it matters because it's hit the back net at my end, they get 1. And last ball, so both batters on 1 in the first over of this partnership. Very exciting stuff. Alex Pitt. And he bowls to Reese. And in the air, this will be gone. And there, on your way. And I don't care. You want to have a hit? You can have a hit. So close enough, though. Probably did cross, but no one's going to care too much. We'll give Anthony a chance. See whether he gets out or not. Play ball. Joel Wolfrey. This will be an interesting over as well. No ball off the pitch. Gee whiz, that is trash. Absolute trash at its finest. And yeah, Joel Wolfrey didn't give us a lot last night. He actually apologised last night and said, sorry we didn't give you a better game. Well, at least the team tonight of the Ants have given us, not out mate, they've given us a fair bit more than the Fluffy Ducks did. But Joel is still bowling tripe, it's fair to say. Anyway, we don't sugarcoat it. There's another one, full toss, but he was out of his crease as he swung at the ball. So he gets away with it. And he was only just out of his crease, but the rule is the rule, and that's what we pay. Yeah, Joel's smiling there. He knows he's dodged a bullet. He bowls this one, and it's a little bit short. It goes the full journey. He doesn't know where to bowl. He's absolutely got the yip, 7 runs. Yep, short, full. He's given us everything. He has managed to pick up 3 wickets, which is a travesty of justice if you ask me, but it's going to help his stats a little bit. Yep, full toss to finish with Anthony Campbell's hitting for 7. So how well's Joel bowling? And that's the end of the over. Yep, so 14 come off his last 2. What's he got? 3 for 20. Well, you know, yeah, a wry smile. And anyway, shouldn't be allowed to bowl when you bowl like that, but the Dead Rock team will be grateful that he showed up tonight with the ball because they needed to score runs off somebody. Play ball, Chris Self, and he bowls, and it's short of a length, and Anthony gets behind it and plays it for 1 on the offside. Yep, so back-to-back 7s there in that last over off Joel's bowling. Anyway, this is Chris Self bowling to Reese, and Reese hits it well, and well placed, well fielded by Alistair. And they pick up 4 runs. Yeah, 9:20. We're not doing too bad for time tonight. Going to be a little bit late starting the last game, but not horrifically so. And I don't reckon anyone will be too worried. Hot night, down to 31 degrees now. So we started at 35. It's now 31. Still hot, still muggy. That's off the body, I reckon, and Joel makes an effort there to try and stop that from hitting the net, which really didn't matter. It doesn't matter. Last, was it? I think he might be indicating it was glove, actually. Anyway, if that was the case, then it should have been 2, but I couldn't tell. There is no need to. I'm not even going to answer that question. End of the over. So there's just nothing you can do there, other than look absolutely bewildered at the audacity of the fielding team to even think about asking for such a decision. Yeah. Bailey Britton. Play ball. So he's bowling right arm around the wicket. and gives it plenty of air, and it lands short in the air and end. And Anthony Campbell, well, he just keeps going, and you know, that's gone for 7 as well. As Bailey comes in to bowl to Reese, and that's going to be 4, I reckon, and it is. So 11 off 2, and yep, so that's expensive bowling whichever way you look at it. He's already gone for a few runs as well. He has got at least 1 wicket somewhere along the line. That was a bit of a lucky one shot by Anthony there, and it would have been run out if Chris Sell had been able to hit the stumps, but no actual huge surprise to me that he missed. Yeah, Bailey has got 1 wicket. It was a run out, but he's gone for a fair few runs, and that won't be out either, so that'll be 3. So that's 16 off 4, and last ball. Bailey having a quick look at Alistair there as if to say, any chance that we should review that? And Alistair gives him nothing. As Bailey bowls the last over of the game for him, and thank Christ for that, because we've had enough of watching him bowl. That would have been out, but they get 3, and that is the end of the over. So he's got 1 for 40, and whichever way you look at it, he's been carted to all parts of the ground pretty much to have gone for that many runs. Yeah, the 1 wicket, which as I said was a run out. Had 3 sevens hit off his 3 overs. Every over he bowled had a 7 in it, and that was his most expensive over, 19. Most unfortunate. Play ball. Anyway, I'll wipe away the tears and just move on with the game as Damien bowls. And might have been off the body and then the bat. Anyway, out, and I'll give Reese out. So I reckon Reese was slightly close. Yeah, you. So I reckon you were slightly closer than Anthony to the stumps when they were broken. And we try to make sure that the right person is given out. It's not a case of playing favourites or anything like that. Whoever's the closest to the stumps broken, irrespective of anyone that you might want to blame for the run out, that doesn't really come into it. Anyway, Damien bowls Anthony, a leg side, but it won't matter because he's been stumped. And it's probably run out's a better call because he actually kept running. So we'll go with it. Yeah, he kept on going forward after he missed the ball. He didn't try to come back, so that makes it a run out, not a stumping. Oh, that might have been catchable. It might have hit his foot, side net, back net, onto the foot and in the air, I reckon is what happened there. Alistair didn't actually go for it though after that, and Anthony Campbell gets 4 runs. Damo bowls, and nicely driven, but straight to Chris Sell he goes, the wrong end, you absolute fool, and that's the end of the over. So he was right there at the bowler's end, and an easy, definitely the bowler's end was the way to go there. And it was that made too much common sense there, I reckon, for Chris, and he decided, no, I'll do it a hard way, I'll go the keeper's end, and they miss out on a run out. Not that it's going to matter too much. Play ball. Alistair. He bowls to Reese, and he plays a nice shot on the offside, and they pick up a couple. Yep, they need 80 runs off 4 balls, so good luck with that. I reckon that won't happen, but a lot of strange things happen in cricket, but nothing stranger than that, as he comes in to bowl to Anthony, and he goes for the big shot, he misses it, and a window of opportunity there for Alistair, for Bailey with the stumping, but he didn't take or glove the ball cleanly. Anyway, very hot down here, and the next game's not too far away from starting, and both teams will be raring to go. So we'll just keep commentating and umpiring until the end of the night, which I reckon will be somewhere around about 10:45 or thereabouts by the time we finish. Might be slightly earlier. Hits it straight. I won't be mucking around too long after this delivery. I'll be getting myself a drink and tossing the coin and getting the next game on the road as quickly as possible. So all good. Last ball, Super Ball here. So 10 runs gives them the skin. Any chance he's batting out of his crease. Gee whiz, what are we going to get here? It should have been the high one, it wasn't. And it would have been out, he missed. They'll get 6, that won't quite give him the skin, but that's okay. And that's the end of the over in the game. I think he got 5 for -6, Alistair. A bit better than Bailey's 1 for 40. I don't forget stats like that either, so that 1 for 40, it'll get mentioned again. tonight and in future games, no doubt. Hope you enjoyed that game. We'll be back soon to do the next one. Okay. All right, we're ready to go. This will be the last game of the night. Play ball. So, anyway, the Stingrays won the toss. They're bowling. Play. And Clinton bowls the first one, and Josh goes for the big shot. And in the air, a tough chance for Sam. They get 3. Josh batting with Ash, and Clinton is the bowler opening for the Stingrays. Right, good ball, straight through the gates, and that'll be out, and that batsman's out first ball for a golden duck. And when that happens, we do our best to make the batsman feel like absolute dog shit, because it's never a good feeling when you get out on the first ball you face. Happens to everybody at some stage or another. That ball beat the bat. There was no run. Yep, some of the oddballs are still here. Most of them, in fact, are enjoying a drink after the game, as the Ants at the moment. The Ants have played in that last game. The 1 run there, last ball. So they're all still here, all 6 players that played. There's a bit of a one-on-one game going on at the MCG there between Alex, Pitt and Alistair. Anyway, there's Josh. Oh, gee, that's ended up going for 4, and Nathan threw everything into it. That's the end of the over. Anyway, he tried his best there, but through no fault of his own, it went for 4. Sam. Yep, so one-on-one cricket, I reckon it's still alive. We'll have to have 1 or 2 tournaments next year, I hope, and because obviously there's some players down here that's still pretty keen to get involved in such a thing. So hopefully that will happen. They do take a fair bit of organising. I have been, I am aware. Third leg side is what I call there, leg side +1. But we've had a couple of those nights, and they were very successful, and they were a lot of fun for all involved. Sam bowls. Ash. He hits it on the leg side, and they pick up 2. 8 runs on the board early on at the moment. And looks like Julian Gamgemi might be about to leave the building. And that beats the batter Josh, who's never that keen to use the bat all that much, I don't reckon. Last ball. And although he has tonight, at least up until then, pretty much he's missed a couple, but he's also hit a couple. No ball off the pitch. And that is the end of the over. So, yep, swap ends. And it looks like Ash might bowl next. Ash Ross. Bowling to Ash Nolan from the Sharks. Play ball. The other 4 players for the Sharks will be Rishi, Come-On, Simon, Andrew and Forlecki. So a great lineup. That'll be out. Now, that's right under my nose. We're not missing it. And just so you keep an eye on Josh there, but no. I know plenty of people that would have reviewed that. Andrew Connell springs to mind. He'll be batting later. He would have been all over that. But it was gone, and Josh was aware, I reckon, so he hasn't challenged. Here comes Ash to bowl to Josh, and that's hit his body and then his foot. It was unintentional, and we pay the 1 run. Right, Ash bowling here to Ash. And Ash comes off his body, and Clinton there gets the throw away, and they get 2. Get 1, I mean. There's 2 balls to come. Josh's turn to face up to the music. Ash bowls. No ball off the pitch. And last ball of the over coming up here. It's usually a pretty competitive game when the Stingrays and the Sharks play against each other. Hoping that'll be the case again. That'll be 3, and that's the end of the over. So they don't win too many games, Stingrays, but they have beaten the Sharks at least once, or maybe even more than once, at different stages since they joined the competition. So good luck to both teams tonight again. Play ball. Tom Brown, he's the bowler, and he comes in to bowl to Josh. And he plays it nicely off the back foot, well placed, and they pick up 2. Yeah, Tommy bowling to Ash. And nice ball, he hit it well, and well fielded. I tell you, I reckon that would have been gone. So Josh had the right idea there. He was trying to save the crease. I reckon he took off just a fraction early, and the batsman who hit the ball didn't make it. So I would have been giving that out had that ball have hit stumps, and I reckon I would have been right. But we'll never know, because it didn't happen. No, that's not out, and very confident on that. They get 2. Yep. Keeping a bit of an eye on the score here, and it's pretty even Stevens at the moment, I reckon. 23 in the 4th over. That's well hit, and it comes off the foot there of the fielder and goes for 5. Last ball. You see Paul Gowers here playing for the Stingrays as well, fielding on the leg side. I don't know if he's played a lot lately, but good to see him back here for the Stingrays tonight. Leg side, and that is the end of the over. So I reckon we might have 30 on the board now, and that's exactly what it is. 19 and 11 respectively for the 2 batters. Paul Gower, we're just talking about him, and now he's going to bowl. Let's see how he goes. Play ball. So he comes in now, or he's about to our friend Ash bowls, and that'll be a leg side, and we make the call. He bowls this, and he comes out of his crease to hit it on the full, and that works out pretty well for the batsman. He's hit that for 5. So, and his mates down the back there just giving him a bit of praise and appreciation for that shot off the body. I've said that a lot for Josh over the years. Since we've commentated, we have anyway. The ball's come off his body. But he hits more lately than he was doing. No, he gets back. Keeping an eye on this, they might have another go. They don't. Last ball. There was actually a chance of a run out there, but he got back in the end. Side net, back net, and they get 4. That's the end of the over. So more runs on the board for the Sharks, 42. And Nathan Tremlett, the pick of the players in the Stingrays lineup, is, as usual, got a fair bit resting on his shoulders as far as how well the Stingrays are going to perform tonight. Play ball. Anyway, comes into bowl, and nicely played and well fielded by Ash, and he keeps it off the net, and they only get 1. Yeah, our mate Nathan bowling to Josh, and it's short, and he played it on the offside for 2. Don't know if he was all that comfortable about that delivery, but he handled it in the end. Nathan comes into bowl to Ash, and he actually hit that fairly well, across the line though slightly, and Tom did a good job down the back there to keep that off the net, and there's no run. Nathan, Ash, hit it well again. Sam, he keeps it off the back, but it hits the side. They get 3. Last ball, super ball. Great to see Chris Sell down the back there, and just out of my face for a while, which is good. And that's the end of the over. Yep, so we don't have to go through the old please was and all the rest of it that we have to go through when he's out here on the field. Although he has been known to still scream out various things from all the way back there, even in games that he doesn't play in. So we won't be able to completely rest on our laurels here and relax. He may still scream at us again, but he can do what he wants. It's all good. It doesn't actually impact me. I'm all right. I'll be okay. Rishi, Paul Leckie, and play ball. Yeah. I remember having a bit of a conversation with Chris Sell at one point where he thought that yelling and screaming at me might make a difference to what decision I make, and I said, mate, you can think that if you like, but it's not the case, and it never will be. We make our own decisions. We aren't coaxed into them by people that think that pleading and yelling and begging for a decision is going to change our view, any umpire's view. Anyway, it's all fun, and wouldn't be the same if Chris wasn't here, so we're glad he is. That's Rishi hitting that for 2 on the leg side, and good start for this pair early on. And a good start for the Sharks in all, in total so far, really. I mean, 55 in the 7th over is a good start in any game. That's Paul Leckie hitting it for 1. Last ball coming up. 9:42 p.m, 31 degrees. Mightn't have given you the date today, but it is the 10th of December. That's the leg side, end of the over. Yeah, the 10th of December 2024, and that date will never happen again. So make the most of it, because there's only about just over 2 hours left of that day. And we'll be into tomorrow. Yep, just a bit of trivia for you. Play ball, this is Paul Gower. And he bowls to Paul Leckie. And full toss, he hit it well, but straight to Nathan, who just sticks out the right mitt and says, thank you very much, I can take that catch. And Paul shakes his head, he can't believe how unlucky he was. And a bit like you'd expect from someone like Simon, who is genuinely unlucky. No ball too high. And the chance of a run out, it would have been all over for him, but he missed, and they get no ball +1. You'd go a long way to see anyone unluckier in rule cricket than come on Simon. He's got that mantle secured, I reckon. He's got it covered. That'll be 7. So there was a deflection, but I still reckon it was 7. Yeah, I know. It was a tough catch, that one again. Anyway, he did well to actually get even a hand on that, I reckon. Paul Leckie is Clinton. And that would have been gone, but he's in. Only they get through for the 1, only because the ball missed the stumps. Last ball. Rishi. He's been playing a fair bit lately. Rishi, it's good to see him down here. He's hit that for 7. That's the end of the over, so he's hit back-to-back 7s. And that's good news for Rishi, and it's good news for the Sharks. Not quite going the way that the Stingrays are hoping for here, and fair to say that when they see in the fixtures they're playing the Sharks, they would their eyes would light up a bit, and they'd be going, this is a winnable game, play ball, and it is, and it probably still is, but at the moment the Sharks are on top. Oh, that would have been gone, and he was trying to hold the crease. He left early, and if Paul would hit the stumps there, he would have been run out. Over the wicket. Paul Leckie on strike here, facing Ash Ross, and good ball. He kept it out nicely. Nathan's there, also would have been run out if it hit. That's not an easy one to hit the stumps in that situation, having said that. Anyway, this is Ash bowling to Rishi, and he absolutely hammers it, and he goes for 7, and I can see that that's what it's done. And anyway, there's a bit of support there from the batting team, which is not unusual, thinking that that was 7, but it was. And nice shot. Rishi, 3rd 7. That's off Paul Leckie's leg. Last ball. So he wanted to get out of the way of that, but he wasn't able to. Ash bowling to Paul here. And nicely driven, but straight back at the bowler, and that's the end of the over. Good bowling as well, so sort of tightened into room. 34 runs this pair after 3, and Rishi dominating this partnership so far with 27. Play ball, 3rd ball. So 3rd ball coming up is Sam bowls, and it's well bowled and well played, and they get 2. Pretty much the Yorker delivery there, and the batsman did well to not only dig it out, but also score 2 runs from it. This is Sam. And he's bowling to Paul Leckie. And he hits it across the line. It should be run out here, and he will be. Yep, so on your way, pal. And there's a wicket there for the Stingrays, and they needed it, fair to say. Probably could do with a couple more in this partnership at least. As he bowls to Rishi, it's short. He hits it on the offside wide of Clinton. And the batters pick up two. Sam Bridger, that's his name. And he bowls. And Paul hits that nicely for three, well fielded by Nathan. There's a ping at the stumps, but he was definitely going to make their ground there for three, last ball. And Nathan hasn't said much in this game, but I'm sensing some frustration. I think they thought they were going to be in a better position in this at the moment, this far into the game. Here's a chance, he misses, and that'll be the end of the over. So, yeah, there's a fair bit of pressure on Nathan at the back there to produce the goods each and every week, because he's often in the play in that position, back net, which is pretty much what he patrols. And anyway, play ball. At the moment, they just aren't hitting the stumps as often as they would like. That is out. So Clinton tells me that's out, and he would be right, because I've paid the decision. And I don't think there's the fielding down the back's been poor in any way tonight. I think it's been a case of, some of those run-out chances have been, difficult ones. He's been looking to hit the stumps from side on, sometimes without even looking at where he's throwing the ball, so they haven't been easy run-outs that have been missed down the back. This is a chance for one here. No, now it's out. Yeah. So he's made sure of that by hitting the stumps about 6-7 times. And anyway, Rishi did save the crease initially, and he needed to stick with that plan. He eventually left the crease, and that enabled them to get the run out. So, yeah. No ball off the pitch, so we'll go with that. And last ball. Bowls this one to Paul, and he gets an inside edge, and that'll also be out, I reckon. Yeah. So there's going to be a review here, and I reckon between frames will be my worst result. I'm hoping it won't be, but I reckon it's hit the stumps before the bat got down, so that's what I'm going with. And we'll see whether we get the proof of that, or whether it's not like that. Out. So it was hit before then. Yeah, I'll go. Did you not see it? Yeah, I'll show you again. Hit there, and the bat's there, so it's out. So he's already hit the stump, and the bat's on the line at best, so it's gone. And that's the end of the over. So I guess we'll give that a stumping, give it to the keeper. And we get that review correct. Play ball. So this will be Nathan. And he bowls. Rishi hits it straight to Paul. He's in the game. That's Paul Gower. And there's no run. So all of a sudden, you just get a sense that the Stingrays just pick things up a bit. That wicket will help a bit. And Nathan's bowling now. So there you go. Oh, he's dropped the catch. Still a chance of a run out. No, they won't get that. Yep. So it wasn't overly easy, that catch. It hit the top net. It was hit pretty firmly. But it would have been a handy catch to have been able to hang on to. Nathan comes in the bowl to Paul Leckie, and he plays a nice shot actually. And Nathan has a ping at the stumps. That time he's a little bit astray, and they get two. "77 runs on the board on the 12th over. Another wicket for Stingrays would be handy for them. And there's a chance of that happening. Oh, gee, it would have been gone, I reckon. And anyway, they get two, not 21, they get two. So 79, last ball, super ball. And pretty important delivery in the scheme of the game, I would have thought, this one. 79, one to go. Sweeper ball leg side, so you'll probably want it again, I'm assuming. and it was a clear-cut leg side, so that wasn't a close one. And he's on strike again. Here is Paul Leckie. And this one's hit straight. It takes off for the run. There's no run there. They get back, and that's the end of the over. So I've seen a few blokes try that over a period of time that hit the ball straight to the fielder like that and then set off the run. And there was absolutely no chance that there was a run there. Paul managed to get back before any damage was done. Yeah. Not until after the batsman's played a shot, then you can. Yes, you can. You're fine. Right, play ball. Right, we move on with the game. That's a wide. So that is a wide, and we pay it. Who's batting here? It'll be Andrew, and come on, Simon. Oh, yeah, the first one was a wide. Why not? Out of his crease. Yeah, I'll have a look later. Yeah, all right. There's an edge. I think someone just said he was out of his crease. Well, that doesn't have any bearing at all on whether it's a wide or not. I think that's what I heard somebody say. Anyway. And that's on the pitch, so that's okay. Chance of a run out, and that'll be gone. So that's come on Simon, been run out for a duck without having faced a ball. So it's a great start for him. He bowls. Off the leg, it's right in front of the stumps, and they get one. So that was Plum LB in an outdoor game. Not the case here. He bowls and he hits it in the air, and they get three. Right into the over. Play. This is Paul Gower. No ball off the pitch, so we won't have any issues with that. It's actually okay, and they get one. Right. That'll be none. That's going to be caught. So, as I say, the Stingrays have fought back a little bit in the last handful of overs. Last ball. He bowls to come on Simon, and in the air goes all the way though, and they get seven, and that's the end of the over. Yep, so the Ant's excited about seeing Simon. Yeah, end of the over, yeah. Gee, I reckon it's pretty much on the line, that wide that I called. It's very tight, to be fair. Play ball, it's always hard to match up where it's passing the crease on these replays, but it was a tight call, to be fair. And it's not conclusive. It's a chance it might be just in, maybe, but gee, there's nothing in it. So certainly not a horrendous call by any stretch. That was that first ball of Clinton's. No, not out. That's two. Good ball, so nothing wrong with that. comes into bowl this one to Simon. And it's in the air, just sort of wide of Clinton, and they get 3 for 2. And that's hit for 2. And that'll be the end of the over. Clint, that was that... Yeah, all good. Okay, good on you. Play ball. This is Sam. And he actually hits that for 2, although he should be run out. No, he's not. So they're okay, the batting team, with that one. Right, so Sam's bowling here, and come on, Simon's batting. And it's a nice outswinger, actually, and Nathan does a good job to keep that off the net, and they only get 1. This game has definitely evened up a little bit, and I reckon I'll be wanting to keep it under about 110, I reckon, the bowling team, though, and I don't reckon it is. You can review if you wish. No, so 7 runs, and handy runs for the Sharks. Talking about keeping it under 110, all of a sudden it's 104, and they've still got 2 and a bit overs to go. 2 runs there for Simon. Last ball. Sevens and wickets and so forth can certainly change the momentum and the score quite dramatically when they occur. That's not out, off the leg, and that's the end of the over. You know, you get the feeling that the side's going well, and all of a sudden they lose 2 or 3 wickets, and all of a sudden they're in trouble, and then you get teams that are just sort of plodding along, and then they hit a couple of big shots, and you think they're going to end up with a moderate total that ends up being somewhat bigger than you're expecting. Play ball. Anyway, that's the game. That's hit well and wide of Nathan. It was uppish. He gets 4 for it. Never felt like it was going to be caught. It was out of reach. Side net, back net. That's why we paid 4 there, not 7. It's beaten Andrew's bat, and there's no run. 9:59 p.m. it is, and this is Tommy bowling to Andrew. Hits it straight, says no, and that's the right call. Everyone learns something from that. Hit it third ball. That's right. When you hit it that straight like that, don't run. Unless it's third ball and you have to. And they do have to. He does hit it straight, but he didn't hit it well enough, so it gave him enough time to get it down the other end. Last ball, so you have to run in that situation. Tommy, he bowls. Leg side, and that's the end of the over. So not a bad over there by Tom. A couple of dot balls in there, and he ended up with 3 for 12, so he's got pretty good figures there. And 32 this pair has after 5 overs, so they've done okay as well. And it's play ball, the last over of the innings. Been a pretty consistent innings. No, I know. All right, let me play the drop. Comes into bowl. And edge and safely. So third ball. Nathan keen to get a wicket here, I reckon. And in the air but safe. Sam is there and they get 3. And come on, Simon. On strike here. 2 balls to go, and he bowls, and Simon full toss, and no ball, and re-bowl, and he apologises to the bowler. He didn't mean it, and that would be right. I'm sure he didn't, and just driving maybe just for a little bit of extra pace, maybe looking for the Yorker. He bowls this one, and he's clean bowled him. So that might make Nathan just feel a little bit better. It wasn't a very good shot by the batsman. The ball was full and straight, and if you bowl it there and the batsman misses it, well, you usually get the wicket. Unless he gets saved by the body somehow, which he did get saved earlier in the over on one that hit him in the leg. Anyway, he hits that one okay, and we'll get 4, and that's the end of the over. So the innings finishes, and we'll swap the balls over here and go from there. Thanks, mate. Yeah, beautiful. Thank you. Anyway, nothing happening on the other courts at the moment, but that's okay. You'd expect that. What have we got? 119 runs. That's a decent total. And hoping this is going to be a good game. Right. Got finance headline on the computer here saying China's exports, and that's all it says. So you know, I'm really none the wiser. Not enough information. Yeah, I am. I'm on the improve. Yeah. So I'm not too bad, but I'm around about 6.5 out of 10, I reckon, at the moment. I reckon last week I was about 1. Yeah, I reckon I'm about 65% now. Oh well, I'll take it. It's a pass mark. Yeah, it's. Have you? Have I? Yeah, that's good. Yeah. 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 Well, I try to make it as funny as I can for you. So yeah, you haven't been here for 4 weeks. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Yeah, what is going on there? Is that a? Oh, it's not a shaving incident then. Yeah, you'll be right. Yeah, you better be. Yeah. Anyway, our mate Josh hasn't played for 4 weeks, but he said he's been tuning in, watching all the games on a Tuesday night with the Sharks, and on YouTube, watching the game and listening to the commentary. So it's great to have his support. Play ball. All right, the second innings is going to start right now, and that's Clinton getting off the mark with a single. It's Rishi bowling, and Paul Gower is the batsman who will be facing his first ball in a moment. All right, Rishi, and yeah, off the leg, I reckon, and not taken cleanly by the keeper, and they get through for 1. Looks like the odd balls may have left now, so we're down to some of the ants still here, and these two teams, myself, Kiana, she's still here, working, and that about sums it up, I reckon. If there's anyone else here, they're in the office. That's 2 runs. Last ball. Yeah, 2 runs there, last ball. Rishi bowling. Clinton hits it nicely. There's Josh. They get 2, and that's the end of the over. So none for 8, first over. And we've had some good games, actually, the Sharks and the Stingrays. So not the easiest. I reckon both teams have had some success over each other. And always difficult to tip the winner in this contest. Play ball. Andrew is going to be bowling. And, yeah. The Ants give him a bit of encouragement. A full toss, not a high one. And 2 is what we pay. Andrew. Ball. Beaten outside off stump, and there's no run. And hits that well in the air, but wide of Rishi, and they pick up a couple of runs. Now, around the wickets, Andrew's going to bowl here, so let's see how this works for him as he bowls. Bit of swing, but it was a full toss, and Clinton had no trouble hitting that for 2. 1 ball to come here. Looks like the Ants have just about had all they can take. They're going to head off. A big win again for them tonight. And 1 run there, and that'll be the end of the over. So 7 came off that. And reasonable start for this batting pair with 15 after the first couple of overs. And that run rate will get them pretty close if they can sustain it. Play ball, Josh, the bowler. Bowling to Paul. Off the bat, would have been out if it had been caught, but it wasn't. And no one actually looked like catching that, so they get an easy one in the end. This is Josh, bowling to Clint. And 1, back net. And that's what we pay. Paul, sort of batting just behind the line now, behind the crease line, and he hits that quite nicely. He's always looking to play that shot, and it works for him. So he hits more than he misses, and he picks up another couple of runs there. So he's off to a pretty good start, as is Clint. Josh bowls, and a short ball. When he hits it in the air, it's over the top of Rishi and short of Josh, so he gets his 2. And there's 1 ball to go in the over. As he comes in to bowl this one, and a full toss but not a high one, and they're going to get through for a run here. Yep, and the end of the over. So 22 after 3, so things continue to go quite nicely here for the batting team. Yeah, and each pair will be looking to for around about the 40 mark. So far this pair's got 22 after half the overs that they're going to be out here for, so that's a good start. Andrew Connell, they're going to go with him again. He just bowled moments ago. Play ball, not consecutive overs, which obviously we don't allow. Play, but he bowled the 2nd over, now he's bowled on the 4th. Leg side, so that one gets paid as it should, not out. So, yep, a couple of runs there for the Stingrays. Andrew Connell. And Paul hits it on the leg side again and picks up 2. Right. Around the wicket, so Andrew indicates he bowls. It's going to be short enough to hit well, and he hits it right between the legs there of Josh and picks up 2. Andrew, bowling to Paul Gower here. All of a sudden things have quietened down a little bit. As he hits that in the air, Josh does the fielding and they pick up 2 last ball. So we're pretty much just down to staff and the play over the wicket, staff and the 2 teams that are playing here. And when I say staff, I'm talking about Kiana and myself. That'll be caught, and Clint's not overjoyed with it. Oh, that's not throwing the bat. Nah, end of the over. Yeah, but that's not for that. Trust me, I'd get in trouble if I ping that. But especially in this day and age. He dropped the bat is what he did. He did. Play ball. He didn't really throw it any distance. Play ball, anyway. Ash bowling to Clint. And a good ball. Nicely played, well fielded, or initially it was, but then Josh lost control of the ball. And it's unfortunate for him because he was going to be a chance there with the run out had he gathered it cleanly and got the throw away in time. Ash, not a bad bowling action and a bit of movement there, and a good ball. So concern a lot of this bloke, I don't think, if anything. listed in the team. He bowls, and yeah, off the leg. No, just leg. Oh, I don't reckon he did. Did you hit that, Paul? I'll come back to it. I'm not changing it, I just wanted to ask. I didn't think he did. Last ball. And that'll be out. And end of the over. Yeah, end of the over. Yeah, so swap ends. And 1 for -2. So I thought I'll ask you to see whether I was right or not, and I obviously was wrong. Yeah. All right, so play ball, Paul Leckie, the bowler. And yep, bowling to Paul Gower. And no ball off the pitch. So that was there to call, that's what we made, that's the call we made. It'll be the right one. Yep, Paul Leckie. And off his leg again, hits the back net, there's no run there. Clinton adamant there, calling no, and that would be right because there was no chance of a run really there. Ball, would have been a wide. Oh, well fielded by Simon. They ended up only getting 1 for that, and it would have been a wide, well and truly, if he had to let it go. And Simon's fielding there to keep that down to 1 was quite exceptional. Ball to Clint. And in the air, but safe, Josh. And I reckon that would have been gone, I reckon. Anyway, they get 2. And a couple of balls to go. Yeah, Paul Leckie bowling to Paul Gower. And off the body again, and 1. Last ball, super ball. And he bowls this ball, and hits it nicely, but I'm not going to run. That's the end of the over. End of the over. All right, so probably the right call there not to run there. I think they would have been in trouble. Even though Clinton hit the nice shot and probably thought like it was runs as soon as he hit it. Tom, Sam leaves us with Nathan and Ash at the end, so we'll put all the names in. And anyway, what are we at here? Around about 10, 10:15, couple of pairs to go. And play ball, Rishi the bowler. Bowling to Tom, and yeah, plays it into the side net. There's Paul Leckie, and they get 2. And, he bowls this one, and they get 2 more. First skin going to the Sharks in this game, 48 to 29. Yeah, nicely bowled. He hits it well enough. They get a single. So Stingray will be back in their last pair in. This pair needs to get the score up to, I reckon, around about 65 mark. Would be a good target to aim for, but that one's an inside edge onto the stumps out bowled, and that makes 65. It's looking a little way off. Last ball. Anyway, still 5 and a bit overs to go. Give him a chance. And Josh, and I reckon it would have been out if it hit the stumps. It missed, and they get 2. That's the end of the over. Anyway, nicely fielded by Joshy. And just 2 runs coming from that over. Anyway, Simon's going to bowl now, and that should give the batsman a shitload of confidence and encouragement. Play ball, because if we're not hitting this bloke, then we're not hitting anyone probably. He comes in the bowl. Full toss, there it is straight away, and they get 3. So Simon. And I don't reckon. I reckon it's in. Well, if anyone wants to review it, now's the time to tell me. Looks like they're not. Okay, so they're too late now, and I reckon he was in for what it was worth. Yeah, anyway, Simon bowling about to again, and he does, and it's hit that across the line and beats Andrew. And the throw there was miles off, but it was a throw, so not a tap, so therefore he doesn't get penalised. It's just 2 runs. 2 more. Last ball. It's been a good over so far for the Stingrays. 8 runs coming from the first 4 balls as Simon bowls this one. And it's a leg side, or it would have been, but he hit it, and they get 2. End of the over. And same result I hear him say, and he's right. Anyway, not really worth the risk hitting that ball in that situation. Not necessarily going to go for a big shot. Hitting the only getting 2 from a ball that's going to be wide with a guaranteed 2, no risk has got to be the preferred option, you would have thought. Play ball. Josh Sims, and he bowls to Sam, and in the air, and they get a couple. They'll get 2 there. Had a few well wishes throughout the evening in regards to how well I am this week, and anyway, which is always appreciated. And giving a couple of people a bit of an answer. We're not 100%. We're a shitload better off than we were, and I reckon we're operating at around about a 6.5 to a 7 out of 10 at the moment in terms of how well we feel. 2 runs there last ball. I was here a couple of times. I was here every night last week, but I think a couple of those nights I was on about a 1.5 or a 2. I was struggling, but we got through it. That's a wide, and a chance of a run out, and that's what will happen. So that'll be the end of the over. Anyway, if we can get through last week, struggling health-wise with those sort of low scores, 1 and 2, we're going to get through with 6.5, 7. I reckon I'll be hopefully back to normal, well, hopefully tomorrow, but I reckon end of the week would be a realistic outcome. Play ball. Anyway, we're in better shape than we were, and leg side, we're still drinking lots of water, and still walking each day, still showing up to work each night, and in a much better mindset and frame of health than we were. No ball, I reckon that's too high, full toss, and I'm happy to pay that. He apologises. No ball +1. Yeah, that's it. Hit him in the guts. Yeah. He hit that beautifully. It's a good shot, and they can't do much about it down there, and they get 4. Well, above waist. Yeah, above hip waist, probably pretty much the same. Off the bat, and there's a hit of the stumps, but the batter's well and truly made his ground last ball. This is proving to be a pretty decent partnership, sort of heading along in a direction that would be giving the Stingrays some degree of hope here. Not out. Well done by Tom, and that's the end of the over. So his teammates really appreciating that on the sidelines as Tommy held the crease, and would have been out otherwise, but not the case. And didn't score any runs, but they say 5, and that still counts for something. Come on, Simon, play ball. The good news for the Stingrays is, and for Nathan is that Simon's going to have at least 1 over to bowl in the last partnership. So that'll be a chance for Nathan to capitalise. Third ball. Comes in the bowl to Tom, and hits it well. So 4. So it looks like it was side net and back net, despite the effort there by Ash to try and keep it off the back. And handy runs there for the Stingrays. Simon bowls to Sam, and in the air should be run out there. And so that hasn't worked out too well for the Stingrays. But I tell you what, the Sharks won't mind that. And he hit that ball well, but it went right where it suited Ash completely. And in the end of the day, that was actually a very easy run out for him to pick up. Yeah, good ball. And they'll get 1. Last ball. So they're going to need a few more than this, I reckon. They're going to get, as I said, I reckon 65 would have been what they aim would be here to get to. And they still have a little bit of work to get that far. Off the body and no run. That's the end of the over. So who's going to bowl this over, and how important is this over going to be? Cruz is still here, by the way. Just noticed. Paul Leckie. So one of the better bowlers in the team, if not the best. Although I reckon Ash has bowled pretty well as well. But Stingrays need to get this through this over without at least losing any wickets, I reckon, to give the last pair a good chance. Play ball. So they need a good over here. And they certainly can't afford to have a really bad one. Otherwise, the game might be done and dusted. We will see. Paul Leckie bowling at the moment to Sam, and beats the bat. No run, no wicket. Nathan watching at the back there, and I reckon he's going to be, they're all going to be holding their breath over these next 3 deliveries. That's well hit on the leg side, they pick up 2, so that works out all right for him. And I reckon he knows that another wicket or 2 and it makes it, really, really tough for the last pair. Wide or no ball. So it's either off the pitch or just on it. Well, it was wide or no ball. 2 to come, re-bowl. I reckon it was on the line at best, possibly partly on, partly off, but I reckon a fair call. No ball too high, that's definite. Not out, I don't reckon. So no ball plus 2 with a re-bowl. I don't think they're going to check me. Eh? Yeah, we were on the money with the no ball call. And he comes in to bowl this one to Sam. And in the air, Simon's there, and that will be out, and there's nothing surer. That's that wicket they didn't want to lose, but the Sharks won't mind. Last ball, super ball. Anyway, they've scored a few runs leading up to that wicket, so it's absolutely crucial they don't lose another one here on the super ball. I mean, they'll be looking to score here, but anything other than a wicket will be acceptable. And it's going to be no wicket. They'll get 4, and that's the end of the over. So it worked out to be okay for the Stingrays. I thought 65 would have been a good benchmark to aim for. They've got 61, which is not bad. And the last pair come out needing 59. And although that's still going to take some doing, I actually do rate these batsmen well enough to suggest that they're a chance of getting the runs they need. As usual, run-outs and that sort of thing are probably going to play a pretty big part. All right, Nathan and Ash we've got here. Rishi looks like bowling. And play ball at 10:26 p.m. with 29 degrees. So we've gone down 6 degrees now since we got here. Still reasonably warm at 29. Mostly cloudy. Well, I can't see the sky from here, but it seems dark outside. So whether it's cloudy or not, I'll take the laptop computer's word for it. Rishi bowls to Nathan, and in the air, and lucky it was over Andrew's head, because that could have been quite dangerous for him otherwise. Anyway, not easy fielding in that position up close. 50-50, 2 runs on paying last ball. So full toss. It was a bit hard to judge the height from my position there, and I reckon it was 50-50, so that's why I didn't call it. Nicely driven, well fielded. Ash does a good job, holds the stumps, and it's all happening end of the over. We'll call over and put everyone out of their misery, so that there's no run and there's no wicket. No, you got squat. Diddly squat is what you got there. Anyway, the fielding team didn't benefit either, other than the fact that it was a dot ball. 7 runs came from it, and Andrew will be bowling. Andrew, play ball. He's bowling to Ash. And he comes in the bowl now. And hits it straight. And no, well, he hasn't even hit the bails off in the end. And Simon had his plan there to sort of walk that in or run that in. And it got to the point where he needed to release the ball. That never happened, and neither did the wicket. It's straight. I reckon Andrew's gone the wrong end there. He needed to either spin around and have a crack at the bowler's end or flick the ball to somebody down the bowler's end. That really, they should have found a way to run him out there. That didn't happen. Anyway, a couple that the Stingrays get away with. And he hits that well. Simon's there, and he keeps it off the net, and they'll only get 1. Round the wicket. So he's sticking with that plan. Comes into bowl to Nathan, and he hits it pretty well. It's in the air and it's safe. It would have been run out. He'd conceded that a direct hit there was going to be a good night nurse for him. But they get 3, and they're handy runs. Last ball. Yeah, game still alive as he comes in the bowl this one. Ash, and he hits it well. Simon's there. They get 3, and that'll be the end of the over. So 9 runs come from that, 16 after 2, 1 for 19 for Andrew. And what do they need? About 43 off 4. So this is one of the better bowlers though coming up. This won't be easy to score off this bloke, I don't reckon. Hang on a minute, just wait for Andrew to get in the front half. Play ball. Right, so Ash has been a good bowler tonight. And this is a straight one, and he doesn't take it cleanly, and Simon was right behind him as well. And anyway, probably just a little bit lucky to get away with that one as well, the Stingrays. Leg side, so he comes down the wicket, but it's outside the line. No, not out and wide. Well left the cord from Clinton, but he tried to hit it, he didn't manage it, but he still got the wide. And in-swinger, inside edge, and they're lucky to get away with that. So things just falling Stingray's way a little bit here in the last sort of handful of deliveries. Ash bowls this to Ash. And in the air, Simon. Oh, he's dropped it. Is it 7? I think it is 7. And 1 ball to go. So Simon looked like he had that covered. Oh, no, it was 7, apparently. Yep, so Simon looked like he had that covered. And not only did he not catch it, but the ball went for 7, so it's effectively cost him 12. And that'll be 3. They won't be stopping that, and that'll be the end of the over. So that's a really good over for the Stingrays. That changes the game somewhat. And now all of a sudden, Ash has got 1 for 22 and 14 off that over. So yeah, that's a miscatch by Simon. It was quite significant. You take 12 runs off that score at 79, but that's not the case. It's 91. Play ball. Right, 3 overs to go. Yep, Josh, play ball. So he comes in the bowl to Nathan. And Nathan hits it in the air. On the offside, there's Ash, and he goes to throw the ball at the stumps. He hits Josh with the throw, and they get 3. Yep, sort of getting to that area now where I reckon the Stingrays are fancying their chances. I reckon it's out, and do you want to have a look? Yeah, we're going to have a look, and the game is at a pivotal stage, so they're going to be wanting to check anything pretty close here. And direct hit would have had him cold, but I still reckon he takes the ball and hits the stumps before the batsman makes it. Yeah, I will. Yeah, well, the ball's in his hand, he's taken the stump, so the ball's not on the ground or anything, so it's out. And we thought it was, and it is. Anyway, that is a handy wicket for the Sharks. Right, we now need 31 off 13. Play ball. And Josh bowls, and in the air, safe. I reckon that's out too. And they can have a look if they want, but that's going to be at least the impact rule. So the bowl might not have come off immediately, but I can tell you the stumps were hit before the batter had made it, and there's no review. So they must be on board with that call. There's 2 runs there for Ash. Last ball. Sims, bowling to Nathan. They probably need a big shot here, and he tries to do that, and he does, and that would have been tight, possibly gone as well, but it's 7, end of the over. So that last shot of Nathan's just keeps it, things alive here. 32 this pair, 3 for 10 for Josh. 2 overs to go. What do they need? They need 27. It can be done. There's a super ball coming in there. They've got Simon coming in to bowl. This is the bloke they can hit. Play ball. So they've got to be looking to have a go here in this over. They really do. And particularly Nathan. So leg side. And I reckon that's not a bad result for the bowling team, that. That's only cost them 2. And I'll tell you what, if they get away with 10 in this over, I reckon the bowling team take it. You're right. So he's tried to smack that as hard as he could, and he's fallen over. Anyway, he sees the humour in it, which is good, and the next ball comes in. He bowls, and there the hit again. You're only going to get 1, gee whiz. And again, Simon, is actually proving to be relatively effective with the ball in this game. And there's only 3 runs been scored off the first 3 balls here, and 2 balls to go. So he bowls to Ash. What are we going to get here? He hits it for 3, and they will get 3. Last ball of the over, 21 off 6, and they're going to be thinking that they need to hit the big shot here. I don't think this will be blocked or anything like that. Back net is what the batsman's going to be thinking. Leg side though, and that's the end of the over. And again, I reckon that's a reasonable result for the bowling team. And I reckon the batsman on strike there might have almost been thinking, I hope that wasn't intentional by the bowler. I don't reckon it was, but not that there's anything against that. And you couldn't prove it anyway if you were the umpire and you're sort of saying unfair play or something like that. I mean, you'd be hard pressed to be able to prove something like that. So, but anyway, it doesn't matter. Plenty of people bowl wides and no balls. Simon's just another one of many. Play ball. Anyway, they now still need 19 to win. That's a really good ball from Paul Leckie straight up. So that's the Yorker that really gave the batsman no other option than being able to block it out for a single. So if you bowl 5 balls there, they're going to be very difficult to score heavily on. No ball off the pitch, re-bowled obviously. So 4 balls still to go. But I don't mind the extras in this over, the batting team. Ball, Nathan. Yeah, off the bat, hits the back net my end. Oh, geez, I reckon it's out. And you want to have a look? Yeah, I've got it. I know you're reviewing this, and that's fair enough. It is relatively tight, but I do reckon it's gone, I've got to say. And I expect to be right here. The batting team are going to be hoping like hell I'm not, but I reckon I am. So it needs to get out of the way just so we can see. And we might not be able to see from this angle. You obviously can't see from that. We've got to go to another angle. Yeah. So that's obstruction from the keeper. Where are we here? That's him running. So it's going to have to be conclusively wrong. No, it's not in the air. Oh, gee, that look, I don't reckon that is in, but I'm going to see if I get another look as well. It's going to be, I don't reckon it is in. And I don't reckon this is going to help us any more than the previous one. And where's the bat and the ball? No, you can't tell from that either. The best view I've got is the second one I had. I'm having another look before I make a final decision. So you can see the bat short there. So let's just make sure that it's nearly hit there, but it hasn't. And he's still got a way to go. He's not in there. No way is he in there. I don't reckon that. I reckon it's on the line at best from that angle. And so I'm sticking with the call of out, which I believe is the right one. And I thought it was initially as well. Anyway, play on. And that was at 10:36. So I reckon I don't reckon Hopes is watching this. So it's good enough. It's not a wide. If he was watching this and checking that replay from the bowls end camera, which is what I ended up having to use, so I'm absolutely sure he'd be in full agreement that was out. Anyway, a tight call that we had to make when it mattered. No ball. So he was behind the crease but in the air, and that's why he gets the no ball call. So he jumped in the air, but I reckon his feet was behind the line. That's why he got the call. So it's a no ball +1 with a re-bowl, and just gives them some chance with 2 balls to go. And no, can't help you, that's inside the line. Wide-ish, but not wide. And can't call it. Last ball, Super Ball. So this is possibly the last ball of the game. And he whacks it, and it goes all the way. And they're going to get 14. They're going to go again here. They're going to have to. No, they don't, and that'll do. 14. That's not right. Yeah, that is. End of the over. So even the wide wouldn't have made the difference, but it wasn't a wide. And at the end of the day, we end up with a 3-run result. What a cracking game. And great game between the two teams. Very exciting stuff, and hope you enjoyed the coverage. And it's at 10:39. We're going home. Back tomorrow night to do it all again. We'll see you then.